All right, guys. Today we got retail sales, we got bank earnings, Citigroup, we got JP Morgan, I believe. Let me see what we got coming out today. Bank earnings, I know it today. What's up? Yeah, hey, market rebounded big yesterday. I told you guys I was buying that dip, and that dip worked, man. I should have kept buying that dip, but hey, it worked, man. You love to see it. You love to see it. Yeah, I bought Disney yesterday. Remember, I bought Disney. We are now up about $500 on 150 shares of Disney that we bought at about 93.30 yesterday. You can see this trade. Not too bad. We'll take it. I'm almost certainly going to lock in some of this profit today. Again, 150 shares of Disney. We're gonna lock in at least half today. Probably take at least 75 to 100 shares off of Disney today, just because we're up so much already. It only makes sense to. I don't need to hold this forever. Hey, what's up, John, Big, Kieran, Andrew, Paul, Leslie, Kevin, B. What's up, guys and girls? What's up, team? Yeah, man. I mean, again, as scared as people might be yesterday, fearful when others are greedy, all that stuff, as scared as people might have been yesterday, you got to understand objective value in specific stocks. I think, I think you really got to, like, instead of looking at it in terms of, oh no, what if we keep dropping? I think you got to look at it things in terms of objective value, So I think a lot of the time, so today we got JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, UNH, PNC, and FRC earnings. But yeah, you just got to look at stuff in terms of objective value. I think a lot of the time people get doom and gloom with stocks, right? And it's not really the best way to be. I think most of the time, my best trades are trades where I say, hey, look, I'm going to buy this now. And if this keeps going back up, great. If it goes up short term, sure, I'll take profit. If it doesn't go up short term, I'll hold it long term if I need to, and that huge edge in being able to do that. Well, sometimes you need to just watch. It all should depend on, for me personally, what it ultimately depends on is extension. Like, for instance, the day before yesterday was very choppy. Like, look at this day was terrible. There was no edge here. On Wednesday, no edge. We had the Fed minutes report coming out. It didn't really influence it anything, and so here it was just incredibly choppy right here. Like, there was just no edge. It just kind of going up and down over VWAP. Like, trying to trade that, you're just gonna get stopped out. And so there's a time to wait, but when we get a big extended move on the downside, like yesterday after CPI came out, you could see we just got destroyed on Disney, for instance. This is the dip I bought up, So we bought this dip and just kind of said, okay, well, we're just going to chill here. And we were already in Disney with 25 shares. Like, I could show you my entry here to show you guys, like, my actual trades from Disney. But we were already in it. But when we get these big dips, I'm just going to add more to it. Like, look, this is my Disney trade. Nice little $500 gain so far. Let's see if it'll load and show you my trades. Yeah, there they go. All right, so yeah, we started our ad to Disney here at 93.80s, and I thought 93.80s was objectively cheap. Like, we ended up buying this a couple days ago. You can see what my plan is. I say, okay, we get a dip like this. Like, here's the CPI dip on Disney right here. So, like, there's the CPI dip, right? So afterwards, you can see my buys right here. I bought 100 shares right here and just kind of added in. And I said, okay, well, look, I'm gonna hold this I'll hold it for a year if I need to. But objectively speaking, Disney's going to be over $91 in a year, in my opinion. Could be wrong. But That's the reality of it. 8:30 Eastern Standard Time is when the retail sales numbers come out. But yeah, that's the reality of it. It's you got to start looking at things from objective value. Like, is Disney going to be over $90 in a year or two? Of course it is. So I'm buying that dip. Is same thing with SPY. Same thing with a lot of these things. Market's down so much, doom and gloom. Like, bears get really forceful with their opinions sometimes, and like I get it, but my best trades are trades where I find this extension and I try to ride it back. I find this extension, I just try to ride it back. Yeah. My reasoning again, I've been kind of a broken record about this strategy for the last like couple months. I always tell people I wait for big dramatic drops and I buy those up. Very powerful way to trade if you can wait for them. A lot of people don't have the patience to wait for them, but if you could wait for dramatic drops like Disney yesterday, and when CPI came out, look at this, it just crashed essentially. So that's when I take my biggest risks, is when we get big dramatic drops and I can buy up that dip. And sometimes it's not going to work. And the times that it doesn't work, I can just hold if I need to. Disney is a stock that I have the luxury of being able to bag hold if I need to, because Disney is not going to go to 0. Disney's not going to go to 50 most likely. And so the fact that it's under $100, it makes so much money and owns so much different things. I just think there's objective value where it's at now. So I can buy it. And if it goes up in my direction in the next 24 hours, sure, I'll take some profit off. If it takes longer than that, I'll hold it for a year or two if I need to. So the announcement for FOMC rate hike is going to be November 2nd. So it's going to be in roughly 2.5 weeks on Wednesday the 2nd. All right, guys. We also have bank earnings that are dropping or might have already dropped today. Let's see what we get. So we got JP Morgan drops at 655. United Healthcare is already out. But we have JP Morgan dropping their numbers at 6:55 a.m., which is in about 30 minutes, almost exactly 30 minutes. We have Morgan Stanley dropping theirs at 7:30, which is in about an hour and 6 minutes. We have PNC Health dropping theirs in about 10 minutes. So yeah, earnings today. And then next week is when the big numbers start coming out. So next week is big in terms of earnings. Next Monday, we've got Bank of America and Schwab, Bank of New York in the morning. Following that, Tuesday, we have Goldman Sachs, Johnson & Johnson, Lockheed Martin, Hasbro, Albertsons. Man, Albertsons. Who even knew Albertsons was still around, bro? I used to go. Anybody remember Eckerd's? Eckerd's has been a while since I've seen that place. But yeah, so more bank earnings Tuesday with Johnson & Johnson thrown in the mix there as well Tuesday. But Tuesday evening is when the fun starts. Tuesday evening, we have Netflix earnings. We have United Airlines earnings, Hancock Whitney earnings, Interactive Broker earnings, Pinnacle earnings, Omnicom earnings, First Horizon earnings, and more. So Tuesday, big day for earnings. We're going to be streaming Netflix earnings right here. Wednesday, we've got Ally, NASDAQ in the morning, Procter & Gamble, Baker Hughes, Baker Hughes, ASML, a few other ones. But in the evening on Wednesday, we've got Tesla earnings, which is what we're going to be covering. We got IBM earnings that evening as well, Alcoa, WD-40. And then Thursday, we've got Snapchat, American Airlines, Nokia, AT&T, Dow. I think Snap is... Why isn't Snap showing up? I'm pretty sure Snap is on Thursday. Let me look it up. Snapchat will stay on their website. Let me see. All right, October 20th is Snapchat earnings. So Snapchat earnings are next Thursday. All right. So yeah, so Snapchat earning call is at 4:30 p.m. on Thursday of next week. And so, yeah, we got a lot of stuff, man. And then the week after that is even bigger for earnings, too. So just a lot of stuff happening. Yeah, for sure. Cheeky. Does Wells Fargo's drop today as well? I don't think so. I can look it up. I don't think it does, though. Wells Fargo drops. Yeah, Wells Fargo drops today, too. Oh, man. Why didn't Wells Fargo show up when I was scheduling this, man? Okay, there it is. Because Wells Fargo isn't technically confirmed for today, but it is today. WFC, so it is today. So Wells Fargo bank numbers are today. Citigroup. Somebody's gonna tell me I spelled import wrong. Right, so we got Citi earnings. We've got Wells Fargo. All right, guys. So Disney's still up nicely here. And again, we're sitting in Disney right now. Yeah, we're up about $500 on the trade. Not a bad little swing trade overnight. $500. Hey, we'll take it. We'll see if it continues. All right, guys. So yeah, so we got Wells Fargo earnings. We also have right now um, in about 5 minutes, 4 minutes to be exact, we have PNC Financial earnings dropping too. So we did have United Health drop their earnings here. If you look at UNH on the left, United Health did drop their earnings. We'll have to figure out what they came out at. All right, team. Disney up a little bit, you can see today. Let's look at United Health. They did drop their numbers here. So UNH came in at 555 versus 428 EPS for the third quarter. So better than expected. They came in at a third quarter adjusted EPS of 579 versus a consensus of 554. And we will put these numbers up on screen so you guys can see these as well. Again, this is UNH. You can see the screen on the left. In 2 minutes, we have PNC Financial dropping their earnings. So these are all very relevant numbers to bank earnings, or to banks in the market as a whole. Just these earnings that are coming out today. How are we looking today? Any thought? Yeah, we'll go ahead and do a poll. We forgot our poll today. So the question is, will the market end the week green? Yes or no? Yeah, John. Short-term bear, I hope. Who cares if it drops? I'll buy some. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Again, vote on the poll. So retail sales need to go up today. I don't know, man. Retail sales is a bad sign of inflation, right? So it could be one of those things, and I'm pretty sure it will be, where if we get higher than expected retail sales numbers, the market's going to react negatively from that, in my opinion. So it could be one of those things where better is worse. We want to see lower than expected retail sales numbers. We do not want to see higher than expected retail sales numbers. Again, high retail sales numbers signifies inflationary problems, if that makes sense, right? So theoretically, at least, we do not want to see higher retail sales. We want to see lower retail sales because, frankly, inflationary pressures are there. You know. All right, guys. So yeah, you can see we're up about $500 in Disney. Like I said, we practice what we preach here, man, and practice what we preach here. And all right, guys. So here's a quick question. So I'm joining this other Discord, okay? So I'm joining this other Discord called Furlough. As I join this Discord, it says you must complete a few steps before you can talk, and then it needs me to verify my phone number. When I try to verify it and it sends me a text message, it says I need to enter my password to confirm the changes. What changes? Like, what changes? Why do I need to enter my password? Hey, thank you, Joshua. Bro, how do you wake up so early for the markets? I'm a morning person, bro. My wife hates it, dude. Like in the morning, dude, I am jumping around, jolly and around and happy. You know, I'm drinking my coffee. I have balls of energy in the morning for whatever reason. I'm not sure why. I've just always have been. I think my dad is as well. My dad used to always get up really early. I remember. Um, and my son is just like me now, where my son gets up at the same time I do. I do, and so at this point in time, I think I'm just used to it. It's 5:30 in the morning in Texas, so. Um, Careful, it might be trying to change the phone number on your Discord profile. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but where do I set up my phone number? All right, guys, we got Disney at 96.20s here. And again, we'll see if it bounces back. Yeah, that might be what it is, LC. But I'm trying to see if I can. What I'd ideally like to do is I'd like to update my phone number in my Discord profile. Oh, yeah, let me add it here. Okay, got you. Here, let me just do this. Oh, hopefully, it won't ask me to do it again. Let me see. All right. All right. So I think that was actually it. And so I think it should let me join now. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it let it work. Okay, I just had to have a phone number hooked up is all it was. Douglas sent me here. All right, guys. So yeah, right now we got markets are down. PNC did drop their numbers. And so let's see what the PNC number showed up as. PNC came in at 378 versus 366 estimate. So PNC actually came in a little bit better than expected. It didn't really jump much. There's not really much of a range to this. All right, guys. So yeah, Disney is up. Again, I guess the question is, do we hold the gains that we made over the last few days? How late are the bank earnings? They are the bank earnings. Most of them are dropping within the next hour or two. All right, what's up, Kieran? PNC is my bank. I actually like them. I got a few different banks now. I used to have Chase, but Chase is just hot garbage, bro. Like, Chase is just hot, terrible garbage. Okay, I'm gonna tell you why I hate Chase, dude. Okay, so I have a couple business accounts, right? And with these business accounts, a lot of the time I'll keep like no money in one, and I'll keep money in one and no money in one, and I'll just kind of transfer money into the other one as I need to do it. Um, for a few different reasons, right? Chase, number one, I call Chase up and I'd say, hey, look, if I don't have the money, just reject it. Just reject it. Like, I don't want you to put the charge through and then charge me 30% for overdraft. Like, that's not what I want. Like, I'm not asking for that. This is a business bank account. I don't keep a lot of money in it. I'd rather you just reject the purchase, alert me, and then I'll put the money in that needs to go in to finalize the purchase. And Chase literally is like, oh, no, we can't do that. They were like, instead, we're going to let the charge go through, and then you're just going to get taxed for it. They're going to like, we're going to tax you $30 each time that happens, which basically made me unable to do what I was trying to do on it. Because again, and people are going to say, oh, well, why don't you just keep the necessary money in it? Is because I don't know how much money I need in it on any given basis. Like, I transfer money in and out of it, usually through Zelle. And it's just kind of like last year, just from that alone, I paid like $2,000 in bank fees. Luckily, I wrote it off now, but just ridiculous, man. Like, they want you to overdraft so that they can tax you for it, right? And there's no way to say, hey, I don't want overdraft protection. I don't want any of this stuff. Like, just let it reject. Like, tell me, give me an alert, and then I'll put the money in that needs to go in. And then when it finally got to the point where I was just kind of like, all right, screw this. Like, I'm just leaving Chase and I'm going to go somewhere else. They literally said there's no way for me to close the bank account. Like, I couldn't close the bank account. Like, they know. And they didn't want me to leave either, surprisingly enough. They wanted me to just sit around and keep paying them, obscene fees. It's ridiculous. You ever heard The Big Short where the guy from The Office, they would charge me $30 each overdraft fee, regardless of whether it was 5 cents, 20 cents, whatever it was. They would, you ever heard the guy from The Office? What's his name? Steve Carell, right? Have you ever seen The Big Short and you've listened to Steve Carell talk about banks who would intentionally overdraft people and then charge them obscene fees and make obscene fees from it? He was referencing JP Morgan Chase. Right? That's what they do. I'll never use them again. Right now I have a few different banks, and I'm not going to be specific about who I have, but it ain't Chase anymore. Yeah, man, they were just ridiculous, bro. Chase was just ridiculous, dude. They were just not a good bank, man. Great customer service for Chase, but like, slow, would reject all purchase, like would reject any type of overseas purchase I made. Like, just crappy, just didn't, I don't know. Yeah, neighborhood credit unions are the way to do it, LC, for sure. And it's not like I was actually like broke. It's not like I was just broke with no money and getting overdraft fees. If that was the case, it would have been even worse. Like, luckily, like, I make enough money to where like it was just like a small inconvenience for me. But for somebody that's struggling, like, they're gonna hurt from that, man. It's unfortunate. Yeah, bro. Jordan is single-handedly winning that series, bro. How about the Astros? Bro, Jordan, dude, he is so clutch, man. He is just doing that, man. Again, the coach related him to Barry Bonds yesterday, and I kind of see it, bro. I kind of see it, in that not the best, not the most athletic guy, really big dude, but just hits homers, man. Like, that's Jordan. And I can kind of see it. Big dude just hits homers, man. JP Morgan comes out at 6:55, so in about 7 minutes, JP Morgan, speaking of that, JP Morgan drops earnings. Hey, what's up, Beach? Hey, good morning. So retail sales come out at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, as well as import-export prices. And what I'd really like today, guys, I'd really like to hit 89,000 subscribers, bro. We are very close to hitting 89,000 subscribers. But I think the Mariners are done, bro. At least I hope that's the case. We need like 100 and something subs to hit 89,000. Dude, we're so close to hitting 30K subs. Or no, 100K. I mean, I remember getting excited over 5,000 subs and 3,000. And so it's like now the crypto channel's almost hitting that. The crypto channel's at like 1.2 or 1.3 thousand subscribers. And so, you know, I'm just trying to branch out in all these different ways and we'll see if it works. All right, guys. But yeah, PNC dropped their numbers. We do have JP Morgan coming out with earnings today. They're moving up a little bit ahead of that. Look at them. They're up to 110.60s. Love this channel. Hey, thank you, Master. We appreciate you, bro. Thank you, man. Explain that to me, John. What is that all about? The public app? I've heard about it. I can't remember what it was. All right, so did JP Morgan release early? It's at 119.90s right now, or 111.90s right now. All right, so yeah, Chase released early, guys. Chase just dropped here. So Chase dropped third quarter revenue of 32.7 billion, third quarter net of 9.7 billion, third quarter EPS of 312. All right, so yeah, JP Morgan unfortunately beat earnings and did well. They came in at 312, beat the 288 estimates for JP Morgan. So JP Morgan came in better than expected. Here's the numbers right here. Here's JP Morgan Chase. Yeah, for sure. Oh no, JP Morgan, it's up a little bit. It's green on the day right now, but it's pulling back some. Let's look at their guidance numbers. So they did better than expected in terms of EPS. Their revenue came in higher than last year and higher than the FactSet consensus. Net interest income is up 34% to 17.6 billion. I wonder what is included in fees. I wonder what numbers are reflecting fees. Public offer stocks, crypto ETFs, and much more. Okay, gotcha. I'll check it out. If it's just another stock brokerage, that's cool and all, but really what I'm looking at is banks. Honestly, when we do a really big stream like yesterday, it really kind of shows me how much people just want to talk smack, dude. Like we had this guy, I was watching this on TV earlier, and this was a literal comment I got on my stream yesterday. Okay, an actual comment I got on my stream yesterday. I was watching this on TV earlier, and somehow at 8:45 a.m., I was hearing we have to wait 18 more minutes. Good thing I switched to channels to someone who realized that the CPI was already out. It's like, bro, like it felt really good to correct this. It said, I was just kind of like, so sounds like somehow you got behind in the stream. It happens because of lag on your end, sir. And we 100% dropped the data at 8:30, like at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, within 5 seconds. We dropped that data before anybody else on YouTube did. Anybody else on YouTube, we dropped the CPI report before anybody else, bro. We had that within 2 seconds of 8:30 on the dot. We dropped that CPI report. And so if you want to catch it as soon as it comes out, hit the subscribe button. You know where to go here. Again, people just get behind in the stream. I see it all the time. People are like, "Hey, man, you're late." Here's the thing, guys. If you're watching the stream from home, if you ever feel like you're behind, click the live button next to the play button. All right, click the live button right next to the play button. It'll catch you back up. It'll put you live in the stream. What happens is that lag puts you behind sometimes, right? And so if you want to watch it live, hit the live button next to the play button. It'll catch you back up. That's this guy's problem. That's all it is. Kind of goes to show people leave comments before they really think about it. JP Morgan beat, so guidance. Yeah, I'm looking for their guidance numbers right now. I don't see anything yet. Yeah, I don't see any guidance numbers. All I see is third quarter data. So they dropped third quarter data. They didn't drop any guidance numbers. John, you get Bloomberg Terminal Net. Yeah, not yet, bro. Maybe one day, dude. Not right now, dude. Not if it's 30K a month either, man. All right, guys. JP Morgan Chase ramping up here, testing highs at 111.75 right now. 111.75. What do you have to pay 30K a month for? Bloomberg Terminal is what we're referencing. Yeah, guys. So again, Wells Fargo dropping their numbers at 7:05. So in about 10 minutes, Wells Fargo drops. Chase is already out. JP Morgan drops. Or JP Morgan already dropped. Morgan Stanley dropped. The next one that comes out is going to be Wells Fargo at 7:05. Chase is rip it up. It'll probably have an influence effect on all the other bank stocks here, but Chase is rip it up. Again, Wells Fargo, which is WFC. It looks like they dropped their numbers early as well. So Wells Fargo dropped their numbers too. Wells Fargo came in at EPS of 85 cents per share profit. Yeah, so missed the estimates here. So here's Wells Fargo. So Wells Fargo actually dropped their numbers too already. There's WFC. Bank earnings seem to be coming out a little bit early today, and that's all right. So here's Wells Fargo right here. Again, 85-cent profit, missed the 109 estimates. Sales beat expectations at 19.5 billion in sales revenue versus 18.7 billion estimates. 18.8 billion roughly estimates. So yeah, mixed results for Wells Fargo. Yeah, they're dropping their numbers a little bit early, man. Wells Fargo is already out. Citigroup drops at 8. Morgan Stanley drops at 7:30. So yeah, most of these are already dropping their numbers here. Yeah, Weeble's far better. Dude, what is this noise, man? All right, guys. So, yeah, so we did pretty good on Top Step yesterday. Could have been worse. Could have been better, to be honest. Yeah, we're up about 1,500 right now. About 1,500 in profit. Pretty solid, though, man. I mean, I'm doing pretty well here. Need a little bit better size, a little bit larger sizing here, but we're doing all right. All right, guys. So yeah, we're in Disney about $500. Not a bad little swing trade here with Disney. Hey, John, what's the difference in speed in comparison to the Bloomberg terminal and what we normal people? Hey, what's up? What's up, man? Get to see on our screen. Seconds difference, just a couple seconds, I'm sure. Bloomberg terminal though, a couple seconds can make or break you though. You know what I mean? So it's like Bloomberg terminal is incredibly valuable. Like there's a reason big banks like okay. I was watching that GameStop documentary on Netflix. And basically I was watching the GameStop documentary. Basically what happened is that big banks and hedge funds use Bloomberg terminal, and there's a reason that they do. You know, like in trading, a very common theme that you should understand is follow the money. Like follow the money. Like follow what big money does. And if you want to see if something's valuable, see if big money does it. Right? Big money buys Bloomberg terminal. Like if you look at some of these big famous hedge funds and banks, a lot of them have like 10 subscriptions to Bloomberg terminal. They're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars a month for Bloomberg terminal on multiple different devices to get that edge. And so in that regard, it's gonna have some value. Like there's a reason they're doing that. Joshua here has it, so he's the best person to ask. I've never used it, but really you get the data a little bit faster is what is what the edge is for Bloomberg terminal. And again, I've never used it, so I can't say good, bad. All right, guys, so there's 7 o'clock on the dot. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a little baby piece of Disney off here. We've already made so much money from this, and we're up $500. So we're probably at least going to take, I'd say 100 shares off of this for Disney. Boom, we just cut it. We're out of Disney. We got 50 shares left. Ate a little bit on the fees, but that's okay. Yeah. So just locked in the profit. Not too bad. Still up about 250 on the open, on what we got left. So nice little swing trade, man. I'm telling you, bro, my swing trades, I might sound like a broken record sometimes here, and I get it. My swing trades have been incredibly accurate, bro. Incredibly accurate. What's big money buying, John? I hope AT&T. I don't trust AT&T long term. I'll tell you my argument for it. I recently canceled Comcast, and AT&T. Over the last year, I've canceled Comcast and AT&T. And what I usually gauge, like, stuff like this off of is that. The reality of it is, I think there's an argument against all of those things, specifically contract-based cell and internet services. I think that's trending away. I don't think people are going to be dumb enough. I think the only people that are locking themselves into long-term phone and internet contracts are older people who don't know any better, because that's what they grew up on. And I get it. I truly do. Or people that just have so much money they don't care, right? But I think a large majority of people are going to start leaving that in droves, and they already have been. I think, like, for instance, right now, I get for $90 a month and no contract. I get fiber optic internet with 1,000 up and 1,000 down. I get a gig up and a gig down in terms of internet speed for $90 a month, no contract. With no contract right now, just to give you some perspective here, right now I have Hulu TV, Fubo TV, Netflix, Amazon, Disney Plus, all for less than Comcast cost me, right? For less than Comcast cost me, all right, in terms of cable. And so it's a no-brainer. I don't have to get locked into a contract. I can add and remove them as I wish if I want to add services or lower my bill. It just doesn't make sense to lock yourself into a 2-year contract for TV. That's stupid. It doesn't make sense anymore. And I think AT&T, which is DirecTV, and Comcast are going to struggle. They're going to struggle, because people aren't going to use them anymore. They have been too predatory for too long in terms of contractual obligations for their services. And I think right now is the time where you're starting to see these zero contract services pop up, these streamable cable services like YouTube Premium and YouTube TV, great services, right? I think those are gonna hurt Comcast. That's gonna take away business from Comcast, from DirecTV, from AT&T. And so I think in that regard, I just don't trust. When I'm looking at companies to invest in long term, I'm looking at companies that I think are a sure thing, and I just can't say AT&T is a sure thing. I think it's too vulnerable because of that. Um, I have a company called Tacus Internet, Beach Tacus Internet. Yeah, JP Morgan is going to resume the buyback program in January. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, we talked about our thesis yesterday on why we might get a potential rebound. We said this numerous times yesterday, and I told you guys I thought we were oversold, that we were overreacting from the CPI report. The CPI report, here's a few things about the CPI report. Number one, it wasn't that bad relative to expectations. Expectations for 8.1, we came in at 8.2. And so it wasn't that bad relative to expectational numbers here. It just wasn't. It wasn't that bad. We came in at 0.1% worse than expected. We also came in lower than last time for inflation, right? Last time we came in at 8.3 or 8.4. This time we only came in at 8.1 or 8.2, I mean. So we only came in at 0.1%. We came in at 0.1% better than last time. And so when you look at it in that regard, we also had our lowest reading since February. And so in that regard, guys, while initially we had that bear reaction, this is why I bought Disney after that. Because again, I thought number one, I think on a longer term basis, we're oversold. And I think on a shorter term basis, we had an overreaction. We didn't need to drop that much from that report. It wasn't that bad in that regard. And I think this might also be a bullish thing heading into the next FOMC meeting. I think they might be a little bit more dovish, or however you want to pronounce that, heading into the next FOMC meeting, which is November 2nd. Again, maybe I'm wrong, might be wildly wrong. Maybe the market just crashes. But again, we bought Disney. We made about $500 from it. We're still holding 50 shares left. Yeah, we pay more for Xfinity. Yeah, and you don't need to, John. Like, listen, bro. You can get the same thing, the exact same thing, with the only exception potentially being baseball with restrictions. That's the only potential thing that you might not get in some of these streaming services. But I get them. I get most of the baseball games on Amazon Prime. To be honest, it's included with one of the services. I think it's included with Paramount or something. But you're gonna get everything you get from Comcast or Xfinity, but you're gonna get it for no contract streaming. And so you can pick and choose what you want to watch, where you want to watch it. Like, we get everything we got with Comcast for much cheaper, noticeably cheaper. Retail sales is at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, it's a local company, Beach. Yeah, they basically had to come install it, man. So we had to, basically 2 years ago, they told us that they were coming to our town with fiber optic internet. And this was right after Comcast, like right in the middle of the GameStop fiasco, where we were getting like 40,000 views a stream, and during the AMC and GameStop, squeeze and craziness, so it was a really important time for growth, and we grew a lot, and it was great. But during that time, Comcast just didn't work well at all. Comcast was just horrible in that period of time. They just didn't do anything. Like, they were lagging. Every stream was lagging. It wouldn't hold together, and it was just terrible. And so I started researching other options, and I found out that this company Tacus was coming to my town, and so I paid like a setup fee years in advance, just because they needed a certain amount before they started working on it and like wiring it. And so I prepaid for it just because I hated Comcast. And eventually I got the email, a couple months ago, hey, we're done installing, we're ready for your service, and so I was like, okay, great. And it's great. It literally 1,000 up, 1,000 down, great internet. I haven't lagged once since they installed this, like zero lag here. I see a Beach. Have a good day, brother. Yeah, if they let you cancel, that was the problem, John. This is what you tell them, bro. This is what I tell them. Tell them, I say, hey, I'm moving. You know, they say, hey, where are you moving to? I say, oh, I'm moving to Baton Rouge, Louisiana. You know, the reason I say Baton Rouge is because Baton Rouge does not have Comcast, right? So if you tell them you're moving, they're going to look up to see if you have Comcast in the area you're moving to. And if they do, they're going to still lock you into that contract and say, oh, nope, it's in your area. We'll just switch your services to the new address, is what they'll say. Right. And so, oh, no, I'm moving to Baton Rouge, guys. Baton Rouge has Cox Digital Cable. I know that because I'm from Baton Rouge, you know. Cheers to Cox Digital Cable. Because you love to see it. All right, guys. Again, Wells Fargo dropped earnings here. Yeah, they were charging me $350 a month as well, and then they would promise me it would be like $200 a month. They were like, yeah, it'll be $199 a month. I'm like, okay, great. It would be $199 plus, like, number one, their equipment rentals fees are what eat you. Those are what cost you. And then they would raise the price too. After like 2 months, they would raise the price, and then be like, and then play stupid when you call them out on it. You're like, hey man, you just raised my price like 40%. They're like, oh no, we just, contractually, blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, dude, y'all suck, man. Comcast's problem is simple. Their commission structure for customer service representatives is what's destroying their company, right? They pay customer services representatives commission for signing people up. Like, there's some jobs that shouldn't give you commission, right? One of those jobs is a customer service rep, right? A customer service rep should be like a base hourly payment, or like a base hourly structure. It should never be commission. You know why? Because you don't have to do anything as a customer service rep to bring in customers, right? Commission should be based off of sales, right? You don't have to sell in Comcast customer service representatives. Like, you just have to do your job. And I was a customer service rep for a while. I understand it. I get it. It's a hard job. It really is. But it creates a conflict of interest whenever you pay your customer service reps commissions, because that makes them mislead, lie, change your bill, because it fits their interest to do so, right? That is the problem with Comcast. You ever wondered why Comcast reps beg you not to cancel? That is why. Is because they give them commission for your bills, right? You ever wonder why your bills are a little weird? It goes up dramatically. Why they're kind of misleading? It's because they get commission if you sign up. Dollar index is almost at the previous high, but the market is holding strong. Yeah. Can today's news crash the market? I mean, I don't think it's going to crash the market, even if retail sales come in worse than expected, which I think is higher than expected. Again, right now in a period of high inflation, I think we want to see lower than expected retail sales numbers, right? I think we actually want to see lower expected. Yeah, so I think in a period, what do you guys think? Do you guys think we need to come in higher or lower than expectations? Here's the SPY, man, and the SPY has just been flying over the last week, bro, or over the last 24 hours. I mean, not even really, it's the last like 18 hours. The market's been flying up. You just pulled profit on Disney. Do you see a bull trap forming here? No, but I'm up $500 I'm up $500 in like 24 hours on a swing trade. And so, yeah, I'm going to take profit very quick, because I'm up so much already. So I'm going to take profit because I can. You know what I mean? So yeah, the reason I take profit is simple. I mean, I'm up $500 in less than a day, and we got precisely what we wanted, which is a huge rebound bounce. So yeah, LASE Virgo, man, that thing was ripping yesterday. Look at LASE. Look at this thing. It's ripping up right now, guys. Wow, look at LASE up to 505s here. It's a big move. No, you guys don't, Chris. BR doesn't, at least. Specifically, Chris. I had the guy look it up yesterday. I might have told a guy I was moving to Baton Rouge to cancel my Comcast service about 3 days ago. And sure enough, he looked it up. Remember, Baton Rouge has Cox Digital Cable, is what Baton Rouge has. And so, but yeah, look at LASE. Is this a short squeeze here? Yeah, New Orleans might be Comcast. Yeah, for sure. I bet you New Orleans does, but BR does not. They've had that deal with what's his name for a while now. But yeah, LASE positive trial results, if I remember this correctly here. They dropped positive trial results yesterday or the day before, and they have just been flying up since then, right? This was positive. I think it was positive trial results. Maybe not. Okay, so no, this wasn't positive trial results. This is. They announced the implementation of the first clean tech handheld laser blasting system for the Coca-Cola company. Announces big growth in sales and implementing an aggressive hiring campaign due to a sizable increase in leads and inquiries for LASE. But yeah, see, honestly, I'm going to be real. This is sensationalized. I would be very, very careful with LASE. It's a cheap penny stock. Looks like it's a low float. What's the float on this thing? Yeah, 4 million, 5 million in the float. Influential, pumpable. Y'all be very careful. Big time gurus might, target you for this one. It's a low float stock. The market hours look pretty unfavorable after the opening bell, and it's very unlikely that it's going to hold these gains. Like, the reason it's going up is an aggressive marketing campaign. Like, that sounds like fluff. Like, y'all be careful. It's probably getting pumped up by somebody, so y'all be careful. Again, maybe not. Maybe it holds. I really don't know. All right, guys. But yeah, LASE is up. Just be careful, man. This thing might just tank on you. What do you think US 500 will do in the opening? I don't know, man. We're up so much already. I'm guessing we might pull back a little bit short term at the opening bell. Maybe not, though. Maybe we run up. But I think we are a little extended now, I think, on the short side, on the upside. Short term. Now, long term, I still think we're extended on the downside. But with how big of a move we made yesterday, I think we might have a little bit of correction, a little bit of profit taking from that big, huge, move we did. JP Morgan reported a drop in third quarter profit Friday as rising U.S. interest rates sapped the appetite for deals and weighed in on the investment banking arm. Profit for the quarter ended September 30th was $9.74 billion, or $3.12 per share, compared with $11.69 billion, or $3.74 per share a year earlier. The bank said. John, what's your position on Boeing? Is what you mean? Boeing is what BOE is, right? That's Boeing, isn't it? Try to remember all the simple names. BOE. Oh, this is BLK. Oh, the Bank of England. My bad, bro. If influencer says bearish, I'm bullish. Honestly, this influencer, if that's what you want to call me, was right yesterday. Yesterday, we told you guys that we were probably going to bounce, that we were overextended, and that it was an overreaction from CPI. And sure enough, we rebounded big. Again, you can look at our Disney trade. We took a Disney trade yesterday. If you want confirmation in this thesis that we made yesterday, look at our entry on Disney here. We bought 100 shares of Disney right after CPI. And then sure enough, we took profit this morning. We had 150 shares total. We ended up taking 100 off this morning, locked in profit. We're still up about 259 or 260 on this position. So, in about 24 hours, we made about $500 from that Disney trade. So yeah, we were very bullish after the CPI report. And so I don't know if I would consider myself an influencer. I guess you could, but I don't really claim to be an expert. I just try to give people free information. I'm not one of those guys that pretends to be the best trader in the world. I'm definitely top 3 though. But yeah, Listening to the stream yesterday got me in at the low on Ethereum. Thanks for streaming. Hey, congrats, Fia. I don't really like people copying me, but if people can, if people agree with my thesis and like what I was saying, then that's great, man. That's great. You guys made some money. Again, I'm not always right though. I'm not claiming to be an expert or anything like that. So Kroger is actually merging with Albertsons. So Albertsons is going to be acquired by Kroger for $34.10 a share in cash with an enterprise value of about $24.6 billion for Albertsons. So Kroger is buying Albertsons. Wow, that's a big deal. All right, guys, we're still getting a little bit of a rebound here. You can see the SPY at 367.60s. John, considering the bulk of retail doesn't know the difference between bearish, bullish, what a basis point is, you most certainly appear as an expert to most looking in. Yeah, I mean, I try to just tell people free info, give people free information. I try to explain it in like an understandable way so people it sounds difficult and it sounds intimidating when you hear all this different stuff about basis points and bond buybacks and Fed rate hike decisions and CPI inflation data, and PPI and PCE and retail sales and all that stuff. It seems intimidating to some, especially new traders, but it's actually very simple. Okay, like I'll explain everything here if you guys like a very quick overview of kind of what we're talking about. All right, so inflation is high, which means prices are high right now. Prices are high right now, which means that to a certain extent the market is doing okay, but prices are high and that's causing people to suffer. Prices are just too high. So when gas is really expensive, people just have less disposable income. They have less money to spend. And it really affects people at the bottom because they are struggling to get by anyway. And so when you increase prices like this, it's very difficult for them to get by. And it causes a lot of pain and turmoil. And so in that regard, the Federal Reserve Bank, and really all banks, do a few different things, right? They raise rates. And the reason they raise rates is because when you raise rates, which is interest rates, people buy less, or people buy less. When people buy less, they have to lower their pricing in order to combat that and remain competitive. And so thus it combats inflation. It makes people lower prices. The whole point of raising rates aggressively is to discourage spending by raising rates, by making it less appealing to spend. And so in that regard, that's why they raise rates, is in order to combat inflation. And again, sometimes they raise rates aggressively. When the more aggressive they raise rates, the more short-term pain there is, right? Because the more pain there is short-term, because the less people are going to be buying short-term, the more it's going to discourage spending short-term. And it's usually going to have that type of effect on the stock market. And so if they raise rates really aggressively, a lot of the time we'll see a big knee-jerk reaction in stocks, because it just causes some skepticism moving forward. But it's at the same time, it also causes more long-term optimism for inflation, because it causes short-term pain, but long-term, that aggressive rate hikes, those aggressive rate raises, is going to combat inflation in a more effective way. Now, that happens every 6 weeks. Every 6 weeks, the Fed meets to figure out how much they're going to raise rates, right? And the next Fed, and it's called the FOMC meeting. So when you hear people talk about the FOMC meeting, that's what they're specifically referencing, is how much they're going to raise rates or lower rates. But right now we're in a time of high inflation. And so the Fed will say hawkish things, which is restrictive policy, or dovish things, which is expansive policy. When you hear about like the Bank of England buying bonds or selling bonds, if the Bank of England wants to lower interest rates, they buy bonds, right? Why do they buy bonds if they want to lower interest rates? Because it injects money into the system and it allows, banks to have a better margin in that regard, and in turn, lowers the interest rates, right? If they want to increase interest rates, they sell their bonds, right? Because in turn, that's going to cause the banks to have less of a margin and in turn have to raise interest rates. And so that's how they impact markets in all those different directions. That's why you hear bond buybacks and bond sellbacks. CPI inflation data, which dropped yesterday, is just an influence on, or is just a reading of what inflation actually is from a seller or from a buyer's perspective, from the consumer's perspective. Right. The day before that, on Wednesday, we had PPI, which is producer price index, which is how much inflation is rising for producers or sellers. And then there's a lot of other metrics that you can look at to gauge inflation, but that's essentially what's going on here. And, that's what the stock market's reacting to. And it's a balancing act because, again, too aggressive rate hikes, too much short-term pain is going to cause the market to drop. And that's what they call a soft landing, is when they try to raise rates enough to combat inflation and get rid of these inflationary problems, but also without causing a recession. That's why they call it a soft landing, right? That's what a soft landing is raising rates aggressively, which again usually causes short-term pain, but not so much to where it causes us to get into a recession. And so again, that's kind of what we're in right now, and we'll see if inflation starts to go down. The inflation that came out yesterday wasn't terrible. It wasn't great. It was still higher than expected. It was still high conventionally speaking, but it wasn't a huge miss. Which is why we rebounded so much today and yesterday. It's because we missed yesterday. It's all relative to expectations. So we expected 8.1. We ended up showing 8.2, which is worse. It's higher inflation than expected, but it's not much worse. We also came in better than last time. So last month in September during the CPI reading, we came in at 8.3% CPI inflation, right? So we came in better than that this time, which is good. And the market reacted just really, really negatively here. So like if you look at stocks right now, the market just reacted really, really drastically here. And again, a lot of people, including myself, thought that this was a big overreaction. We only missed by 0.1, and we actually came in better than last time. And we actually had a better inflation reading than we have had since February of this year. So like we're doing pretty solid. Like we're still in a time of really bad inflation. Conventionally speaking, we're still really, really high for inflation, of course. But hopefully these are some positive signs, and we'll see, Right, 100%. I mean, Vince, we are. And so, again, if you're at home and you don't know what we're talking about when we say Fed meetings and CPI reports and bond buys and selling bonds for the Bank of England and all that stuff, that's what it means. That's what they're talking about. And, when you really understand that, that's all you need to know. It's a piece of cake understanding what's going on after. After you understand all those different things, like everything I just talked about, then you really start to get it. And you can kind of watch it more closely from an understanding way. So I hope that makes sense. With that said, though, guys, what do you guys think we're going to do? Looking at the poll here right now, we got 400 plus votes with the market in the week green. 60% think yes, 40% think no. Let me know. Will we end green this week, guys? So in order to end green, let's look at where we started the week. Let's look at a 20-day chart. All right, so to end green, Monday was the 10th. So Monday was right here. So this was Monday. Here's where the market opened Monday. All right, so we opened up here. Let's see where the candle was. Okay, so this was the open Monday right here. So from an opening perspective, 361.63. This right here is where we opened Monday. We're going to make this yellow. We're going to make it larger. All right, so this yellow line is where we opened on Monday. Okay, so if we end over 361, whatever that is, then we are technically green on the week. And so again, this level is right here at 361.60s is where essentially we open the week at. So again, we close over this. We are green on the week. That means the week is green. We close below this yellow line right here. That means that this week we are red. And again, let me know if you guys think we'll hold over this. Hey, thank you, V, for the follow. Let me clear out some of the space here. Oh, no. We're going to have to do it conventionally. There we go. The old-fashioned way. There we go. All right. So, yeah, this is the weekly low or the weekly open. This is where we open this week. We want to hold over that. That's a green week if we hold over that. So we'll see if we get it or not. We also have some earnings dropping, I believe, right now. Morgan Stanley drops their earnings in about 1 minute. They might have dropped it already. Let's see. MS is the symbol for Morgan Stanley. No, they didn't drop theirs yet. So let's look at Morgan Stanley, see what they show in terms of earnings here. Morgan Stanley currently at 80.5. Expectational numbers for Morgan Stanley are 151 EPS, 268.56 sales revenue. Numbers should come out in about a minute or less, a little bit less than a minute, maybe 30 seconds. And this will impact markets to a certain extent. To what degree, we don't know, but some. All right, so there's the Morgan Stanley data. They came in at 147 EPS. They expected 151, so worse than expected from Morgan Stanley. Again, they came in at 147 EPS. Third quarter revenue at 13 billion. Third quarter net revenue at 2.6 billion. So yeah, Morgan Stanley worse than expected numbers. You can see them dropping right now. Again, EPS came in lower than expected. EPS expected to come in at 151. It ended up showing up at 147, so slightly worse than expected for EPS. A slight miss in terms of EPS. And EPS is a gauge on profitability. Here, this will negatively impact markets as well. You can see the SPY dropping on Morgan Stanley's numbers coming out. 268.56 billion in sales revenue expectations. So we came in right around that for, let's see. You should have their sales revenue somewhere. Where is it? Okay, adjusted EPS came in a little bit higher than that, though, but we're reacting negatively here. Okay, so yeah, we came in at 153, actually, so a little bit higher than expected in terms of EPS. So the line is right here. It's right around 361.60 or so. 361.60, give or take. Hey, what's up, B? Hey, what's up, Gamer Dan? Yeah. But yeah, Morgan Stanley is reacting pretty negatively to this. All right, so the ECB's Vassal says that 75 basis point hikes at both October and December meetings may be appropriate. Okay, well, ECB's Vassal doesn't understand when the next Fed meeting is because there's no Fed meeting in October. Vassal, I think that's his name, right? The next Fed meeting is not October, sir. The next Fed meeting is in November, bruh. Man, they should hire me. ECB, hire me, bro. I mean, I'm from Louisiana, of course, you know. But hire me. You know, I'll tell you. I'll give you the right data. Again, the next FOMC meeting is November 2nd. Not in October. But yeah, 75 basis points is kind of what we're expecting anyway. Yeah. That Cajun's coming out, Kieran. You know? Morgan Stanley at 78.70s here. We'll see if we get SPY dropping down now. Again, let's see if we actually hold over the weekly low down here. This is the weekly low. Or this is the weekly open. So this is where we started the week right here, this yellow line. Let's see if we hold over that. But yeah, Morgan Stanley dumping down. Yeah. Couillon. Bless their heart, you know. Um, Bro, climate activists messed up Van Gogh's sunflower at the National Gallery and glued themselves to the wall. This is actually hilarious. All right, Morgan Stanley at 77 16s. Hey, what's up, Brent? New high. One of my buddies is from Shreveport. His mom makes great gumbo. In Shreveport? I mean, might as well call it Alabama, you know? Might as well call it Arkansas, you know? I'm just joking. I like Shreveport. Shreveport's fun. Louisiana is really interesting because you get different accents and different cultures in the same, like, in just a lot of different places, right? New Orleans is way different than from Shreveport, which is way different from like Lafayette, which is way different from, you know, Baton Rouge, even, you know, Baton Rouge, which is way different from, you know, a lot of other places. So Lafourche, you know, it's just different cultures, man. I never really. I know some people in Shreveport, though. I do know. I have some family friends that live in Shreveport. So, all right, yeah. Look at Morgan Stanley falling down here. Let's see if it impacts the markets drastically, though. I don't think it will too much. Still at Disney here. Again, we made about $500 buying the dip in Disney over the last 24 hours. How do you track changes when the market is closed? The futures market. So again, here's the E-mini, right? Let me show you guys this, right? So here's the E-mini. E-mini is open 24/7. All right, and you can day trade the E-mini just like a lot of the time you'll see me day trading the SPY. If you notice this, guys, you can see this is actually the same price action. Like, look at this. Big red drop, small bounce, big red drop, small bounce. If you look at this candle going down and this candle going down, it's the same price action here. And you can trade this right side. It's open 24/7. And so if you want to see what the market is doing when it's closed, look at the futures market. Also, at the same time, though, I believe the S&P 500 is open 24/7, though. So I believe the S&P 500 is open 24/7 on TD Ameritrade. Or not the S&P. I believe the SPY is open 24/7. So I think it's open. Yeah, this is open 24/7. And you can actually watch it move, you know, the entire time. I think you could actually day trade it, too, but I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, so here's the E-mini, and you can day trade this right side here with no PDT restriction. You get instant settlement shorting ability. Again, one of my sponsors is Top Step, and they are a funded account program for futures, right? So they give you a demo. Base one's 50K, but they have up to 150K one, which is what I'm in right now. And again, here is my graph this week so far on using their platform. But yeah, they give you a demo, and if you can hit the target on that demo account while following their rules and conditions and pass both phases, they fund you 150K. They're going to fund me 150K if I can get funded. Base one's 50K. So if you can pass that one, I think the 50K win, if you can hit 3,000 in profit on that 50K demo without losing over 2,000 total, without losing over $1,000 a day, then they fund you 50K with a 90% split, right? So if I take this 150K once I'm funded and I make 20K, I get to keep 18,000. They get to keep 2,000 since they're funding me that money. And again, they're the gold standard. They're who all the other, you'll see a lot of other funded account programs right now. I'm telling you, Top Step is the most legitimate. It's the one that's been around the longest. It's been around for over 10 years. It's really the one that everybody else copies off of. And so I'm certainly biased because they are a sponsor of my video, of course. So I'm certainly biased in their favor. But Top Step's the gold standard, man. They're who everybody else copies off of. They've been around for over a decade. They pay out millions every year to their funded traders and withdrawals, and they fund thousands of traders a year. And so if you want to check them out, here's the link. Great way to help support your boy here and support the channel. And I'll pin this to the top of the page if you want to check it out for all those that want to check it out. But yeah, I think it's a good way to get around the PDT rule. Again, a lot of people pivot to like penny stock cash accounts to try to get around the PDT rule. Again, you can day trade the E-mini, which is essentially the SPY or the S&P 500. No PDT restrictions, instant settlement, shorting ability, all that good stuff. And so a lot of people trade penny stocks. You can day trade futures with no PDT rule. You know, that's what a lot of people don't understand. And you're essentially trading the S&P 500, which is what Apple follows. Like, here's a good example. If you look at the SPY here, and then you look at Apple, you'll notice, like, look, here's Apple on the left, and here's the SPY on the right. Right? You notice anything here? It looks pretty similar. Like, you zoom out, this looks pretty similar. You get a big drop here, big bounce, small pullback. Big drop here, big bounce, small pullback, right? It's the same thing. Most stocks follow the SPY. And again, you can trade the SPY in the futures market, no PDT restrictions. So hopefully we get some good stuff moving forward. Market is up huge over the last day. Huge over the last day. CPI report extended the market on the downside. And now we are finally bouncing back some, which is nice. Here's the S&P 500. You know, just a huge day. Yeah, and again, you can see my results here trading the E-mini. It's the same scalping strategies I use in stocks here. Like, look, here is this week so far. Right, so here's this week so far. Let me refresh this and get the updated version, because I don't know if it's actually showing me yesterday's. Make sure I'm logged in. Okay, we're good there. Let me make sure I'm logged in. Okay, we're good there. Yesterday, we ended up making about $200. Yeah, so here's this month. So here's yesterday. So we barely came out green yesterday. But here's the month of October on Top Step. We are up about 1,200. Last month in September, we ended up making... September, we ended up making... Man, my graph is so nice, it won't even fit on the screen today, guys. Wait, where'd it go? Did I accidentally exit out of it? I don't think I did, right? Put it up again. Last month of September, you can see here, like, these are my stats. We made about $2,500 last month in September. So doing pretty good, doing pretty good. Got to scale up in size a little bit, but we're getting there, And this is pulled directly from my platform, so not really fakeable either. Yeah, I mean, I don't do my taxes as a day trader, but I get my accountant to do it. Why do Top Step if you already have the max buying power that they offer? I mean, you don't have to. Don't do it if you have the buying power to do it. I mean, I'm testing myself right now, and they're also a sponsor of my video, of course. And so, But I think if you don't have that type of buying power, Top Step's the best option, or really just the futures market. But again, I mean, I'm certainly biased in their favor because they're a sponsor, Right, so Elon Musk Starlink says it can no longer afford to give free services overseas, and he's asking the Pentagon to pay for it. This comes the days after the ambassador for the Ukrainian ambassador told him to F off, essentially. So now he's replying on Twitter, quote, "We're just following his recommendation," end quote, Elon Musk. I don't know, man. I think Elon needs to be very careful in terms of taking really polarized political stances. I think he needs to be very careful in taking those, because I think whenever you're in the retail business like Elon is, I think that you just need to be smart, because you're going to ostracize consumers that you're trying to when you're in Elon's business, right? You need customers, right? Customer base is incredibly important, and because of that, you should never be super one-sided politically in that regard when you're running a big public consumer-based business, in my opinion. All right, guys. SPY at 366. All right, Apple dipping down heavy here now. John, you are bad for business. What do you mean by that? Overreaction to the CPI data, and there are nearly 2x as many contracts as calls. Market makers will try to keep as many out of the money as they can. Yeah. I was just curious. Didn't seem smart for me. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, you don't have to like it, Yeah, I feel you, Kieran. Do you know what got the market up yesterday? Yeah, like we said, man, market's up just because of big. You got me shorting and making money. Great knowledge on shorting. What are you shorting? Market's up huge. I mean, I'm buying dips, and so I'm already up. Like I said, you can see my Disney trade. Disney, we were up about 250 on the remaining. We made about $500 in the last 24 hours on just this Disney trade here. We already took profit. We had 150 shares. We're only holding 50 now, so we ended up taking 100 off already. So we're just kind of sitting in that. Everything is political, even sports, so please stop the BS. I get why people again, what I'm saying is simple. I'm not saying he's not allowed to do it. I'm not saying that he shouldn't do it. I'm not saying that, or I'm not saying anything. It's his decision. What I'm saying is that it's probably bad for Tesla for him doing what he's doing. Like, that's what I'm saying, is that it's probably not good for a consumer-based business to be really outspoken on one political side. It's going to ostracize at best 40% of your consumer base, because the world is so split politically speaking, right? And so it's going to ostracize at least 40% of your consumer base in that regard, and it's going to discourage people from purchasing your products, unfortunately. But I mean, listen, Elon, he can do what he wants, but just kind of speculating on that. So don't be emotional, guys. We're just speculating on that. That's all we're doing. He can say whatever he wants, Yeah, 100% B. But yeah, Disney, we're doing pretty solid. Yeah, but I think Disney is diversified enough to where, Disney is diversified enough to where it doesn't matter. Disney owns too many different things to really matter. Disney has already established itself and is an old enough company to where it doesn't matter. Disney makes $20 million a day from Disney World. Disney Plus is growing rapidly. Disney owns Star Wars, Marvel, ESPN. Disney owns everything in media, and so it doesn't really matter at that point in time. But for a company like Tesla, I believe they are a little bit more vulnerable in that way. But again, maybe I'm wrong. Could be wrong. But what I'm saying is, like, if I was Elon, I'd probably be pretty neutral, you know, because I think whenever you're in a business and I think Elon, I think one of the reasons he wants to buy Twitter is because he's trying to diversify, because I think he needs to, because I think putting all your ducks in one basket with Tesla is vulnerable. I think it's vulnerable. I think that, again, I've talked about my thesis on Tesla for a while now. And I think Tesla, one of the problems with it right now is that, 3 years ago, Tesla was a status symbol. Like, oh, you got a Tesla. It was rare to see. It was really endearing because nobody really saw Teslas. And so when you saw one, it was like, ooh, look at Tesla. Wow. Really endearing status symbol type of thing. At this point, everywhere I go outside, I look to my left and right. I'm seeing Teslas constantly. And so I think the market's a little bit saturated. And I think Tesla will still be fine long term. But I think short term, that aggressive growth that they've been putting in could be coming to an end just because of how saturated that market's starting to look. I think it's going to be less cool to own a Tesla moving forward because it's already so saturated. Again, I got a lot of people here that are really Tesla friendly, and I get it. I'm not knocking it. I hope you guys can just respect that we have different, opinions in that regard, and that's okay. That's the beautiful part of the stock market. But I think that it might be a little saturated now for Tesla, and I think it might actually open the door for some of these smaller EV brands to come out. I saw a Lucid yesterday. It was pretty cool. Yeah, hey, House of the Dragon, bro, amazing, dude. I love House of the Dragon, bro. It's great, dude. House of the Dragon's really, really good, man. Really, really good. Yeah, Patty, dude, he did great as Viserys, man. It's a great show. If anybody, don't spoil Lord of the Rings either. We're gonna watch both of those episodes today. Great call on Disney at 91 once again. Hey, thank you, Joshua. Yeah, man, it was a really nice little swing trade overnight. We got 50 shares left. We're probably just gonna sit on that and hold it as long as we need to. Yeah, all good, Toby. I'm not gonna spoil it. Don't worry, bro. I'm a big anti-spoiler person. Like, I do not like spoilers. My dad is like the opposite. My dad will look up the ending for everything, and Carol will to a certain extent as well. But I don't like spoilers. I like watching it and being surprised when I watch something. Yeah. Yeah. But again, Disney has been around so long it doesn't matter. Disney is already established to where it's not risky at all. It's not vulnerable at all. It's too ingrained in our culture to really matter at this point in time. And that's why Disney drops down to $90. I'm buying that dip. I bought it yesterday. We made $500 in less than a day with Disney. So we'll take that. You can even see where I bought it too. I showed my trades a few times. Yeah, a few people talk about LASE flying up here. Look at LASE at 518s right now. 518s. So LASE pumping up big. It's at 518s. Again, huge move. Let's see if $5 holds here. Penny stock, not really my wheelhouse, so to speak, but not bad either. Apple up. Huge on the last 24 hours here. Here's the SPY itself. Right at 365.50s. Chase charged a total of $1.5 billion in overdraft fees. I believe that, honestly. Hey, congrats, Mike. You had your baby, bro. Congrats, dude. Oh, no, you didn't have a baby yet. Okay. Hey, congrats, though, on the baby, dude. Tony. 10-year, maybe 20-year, you'll be fine if you buy anything right now. Yeah, of course you will. It's 10 or 20 years. But Disney in 5 years is going to be fine, I think. Hey, what's up, Blythe? All right, guys. SPY at 365.50s. All right, so Jim Cramer said, quote, perhaps the short sellers who were using options to bet against yesterday's market didn't understand the power of instruments gone wrong. The shorts were too rational. They thought the market would do what it should do, not what it could do. Yeah, I think most people thought that we had an overreaction here. I would say that most people were right about the overreaction. All right, guys. SPY dumping down here, starting to go red on the day now. Broke under the previous closing price, now red on the day, unfortunately. All right, so let's see what Cramer said ahead of the Fed meeting. All right, guys. SPY dipping down again. We got retail sales dropping in about 35 minutes. What was Cramer's bias ahead of this? Does anybody know? Yeah, man. Look, so I think Cramer was bearish here. Right after the drop, he said, people listen, the Fed is not winning right now, except when it comes to raw commodities. When are these economists and talking heads going to do the work, which we would tell you that. He said, WFH, all going. So he said WFH, which he said all going in the wrong direction. I just don't get it. Why did anyone think the CPI would be weak? We say that every night. So it looks like Cramer was bearish ahead of the CPI report, and you could see he was wildly wrong about the reaction longer term. You know, it's so. He said when everything in the CPI is going up, you can catch it and learn it and see why it's a shock. So it looks like he was bearish yesterday, and the market just flew up. Inverse Cramer. Inverse Cramer. And then he didn't really say anything about stocks. The only thing he said after that was about Bed Bath and Beyond. It's kind of funny. SPY dipping down here. Yeah. I appreciate you waking up early and doing what you do for the community, brother. Hey, thank you, man. I appreciate it, dude. Hey, I appreciate you guys. Listen, I'd love to claim like I'd love to be self-righteous here and be like, yeah, I'm doing this to help people, and I am. Like, listen, I make enough money from running this channel to where if I'm gonna justify that in my head, if I'm gonna morally justify that, I got to be real with people. I gotta tell people the truth, right? And so it's like we have this beautiful community, and it really is a dope community, man. I love this community. We got a lot of great people, no scams. Like it's just really cool, man. We got a lot of people that are telling people the truth, and I love that about this community. I really truly do. But if I'm gonna have this community, man, I need to be honest with people. I need to be real with people. And so in that regard, I'm gonna be honest about how I truly think, even if it hurts some people in here's feelings. Like I said, man, we got a lot of Tesla guys in here, and so they might not like what I'm saying about Tesla being saturated at this point, and so forth and so on. I still think Tesla's gonna be fine, but I think this massive growth period of Tesla might be over with, just because of how saturated I see Teslas everywhere now. And that's good and bad. And I might be wrong, man. Maybe Tesla just rips up. Certainly possible. Certainly possible. I'm wrong. I really don't know. But again, my point is that I try to be real with people about how I really feel about everything. So if I like something, I try to tell you guys. If I don't like something, even if everybody else here likes it, I'm going to be real about it. I need to be real about it. And I appreciate you guys. Hit that subscribe button. We should hit 89,000 subscribers today, man. Hey, thank you, Blythe. Kevin versus Kramer. If Spy hits 370, I'm short. Hey, what's up, David? Yeah. Can you explain? Was unaware retail sales. Yeah, all good, man. Sai says, can you explain about this core retail news and if it affects the markets big time? Well, define big time. That's a subjective, word. No, it's going to affect markets, at least some. To what extent, we don't know. Okay. The biggest economic release is the biggest economic release is CPI, which dropped yesterday. Second biggest, I would probably say, is the rate hike decision. So the FOMC meeting and rate hike decision is probably a little bit larger than CPI, but in the morning, the biggest thing is CPI, right? So we got FOMC press conference and rate hike decision, and then we have CPI. And then after that, I would say the next one underneath that is either PPI, which we had Wednesday, PCE deflator, which we had last week, I think. And then after that, it's like retail sales, or no, after that, it's probably GDP. So GDP drops as well. Point is, retail sales in the grand scheme of economic releases is probably on the bottom half of importance. It's still important. Don't get me wrong. It's still relevant. The market's still going to react to it, but it's not wildly influential. It's going to move markets for sure. But is it going to move it like CPI? No. And again, I'd love to get you guys hype about it. We're going to watch it here, of course. We're going to pay attention to it. It's going to influence markets. Market's going to react. We're going to cover it live as soon as it drops right here, of course. And I'd love to make it sound like it's some crazy big release. And it's important, but it's not CPI, Model S Plaid. Joshua is my favorite Tesla model. 0 to 60 in 2.2 seconds. Quarter mile, 9.2 seconds flat stock. Or 9.2 seconds stock. Which is obscenely fast. Ridiculous. People don't understand how fast that is, man. It's at beginner trades, Blythe. I noticed when you trade, you do quick scalping. I think you can really benefit from tick charts. I'll check them out. There are brokers that do that. Another great deal. A lot of brokers will. Do you like any psychedelic stocks? MindMed maybe, but it's not really something I'm investing into. Data comes out at 8:30 in about 30 minutes, 28 minutes. Why are Fridays usually red? Because people are getting flat because of the weekend. So again, markets are usually red because of on Friday because people are exiting. People don't want to hold stuff over the weekend. Is essentially what it is. Yeah, payroll numbers. Yeah. Also, guys, we're going to put it in sub-only mode for the sole reason of we're trying to hit 89,000 subscribers, and we're getting pretty close. And so, because of that, we need about 150 subs left. We got about 600 people here, give or take. Y'all hit that sub button if you haven't already, guys. We appreciate you all. Announce yourself. Show us you're subscribed. Everybody that's subbed, announce yourself. Show us that you're subscribed. We appreciate you all, guys. Truly appreciate the love and support. Hit that subscribe button. Do it now. Spy bouncing back a little bit. Hopefully it holds. Hey, what's up, John, Joshua? Hey, thank you, brother. Wessam, David, John, Deal, Kieran. Hey, thank you, team. Hey, thank you, Blythe, for the follow. Y'all give me a follow on Twitter as well. We're giving away a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox Series X at the end of November to all my, to one lucky Twitter follower. And so if you haven't already, at Beginner Trades on Twitter, give me a follow, guys. We appreciate you. Yeah, so we're getting some movement here. And the SPY bouncing back, 4 green candles in a row. We'll see if we hold. Hey, what's up, Sean? Hey, thank you, Peter, Jeff, Ben, Twin, Chris, Ninja, Walter, my guys. Thank you, team. We appreciate it. Digital, what's up, dude? Crypto. All right, guys. SPY bouncing back up a little bit again. We're still in Disney here. We're sitting in Disney small. We'll give it some time to work, but we've already scaled out of most of our Disney trade. Hey, what's up, Tony? Hey, what's up, John? Hey, what's up, Digital? Make it rain. Hey, thank you, man. Hey, that's right, Tony. Thank you, brother. Hit that like button as well, team. We appreciate you all. All right, guys. We got about 25 minutes before retail sales data come out. SPY pouncing back up here. Again, we got the previous closing price at 366 roughly, 365.97 or so. All right, guys. Market's popping back up here. We're over 365.50 again. We're at 365.70s on the Disney is up there as well. What else is moving today? Any other large caps moving? I know we had bank earnings. Again, JP Morgan, Citigroup. Citigroup dropped their numbers a couple minutes ago as well. If we look at Citi here, it is moving some. Looks like it was a negative earnings report, which ultimately dropped the market some, but not really drastically. Didn't really affect it too much here. So bank earnings came out. Next week is a huge week as well, guys. So y'all be ready for next week too. But the dollar index reached 113s today. We can put it up. So we're over 113s right now. We're at 113.16s, 113.17s here. So the dollar index has actually been moving up short term. It's not really precisely what we want, to be honest. We'd love to see, we'd love to see drops in the dollar index. Hey, what's up, Chef? Hey, welcome, bro. Again, for retail sales, expectational numbers for this data is as follows. We also have import exports today, guys. We got core retail sales, import export prices. Essentially, what we're expecting right now, core retail sales expectations are coming in at minus 0.1% for core retail sales, which is, again, excluding gas and energy, or gas and food, energy and food. Export price index expected to come in at minus 1%. Import price index is expected to come in at minus 1.1%. Retail control month over month is expected to come in at 0.3%. Month over month retail sales is expected to come in at 0.2%. Right, so we come in higher than 0.2% for retail sales for September. Ultimately, it'll be worse, I think. We want lower than expected retail sales. And the reason we want lower is because we're in a time of high inflationary problems. And so in that regard, we want lower numbers. SPY moving up over 366 here. And so we are moving up over 366. All right, guys, it's time. Import, export, and retail sales data drops soon. Bull or bear? Let us know here, guys. All right, SPY is actually technically green on the day. You can see the dollar index actually falling down. All right, guys. So, yeah, we're dropping this data here. Again, hit that like button. We got almost 700 people here already. Again, we're trying to hit 89,000 subs today, and I think we will. So if you haven't already, hit that notification bell and hit that subscribe button. Help us hit there. SPY testing that previous closing price. Again, if you want to vote on our poll here, we do have a poll going out on Twitter again. Again, we got about 20 minutes before this data drops. If you want to vote on the poll and let us know your bias regarding this data, here's the link. Also, while you're there, give me a follow on Twitter. You can open it up in a new tab and give me a follow on Twitter. So, yeah, y'all give me a follow here. All right, so retail sales is exactly kind of what it sounds like. It is a measure of the change in total value of sales at the retail level. It is the foremost indicator of consumer spending. The consumer spending accounts for most of the overall economic activity of the country. And so with that, it's going to be somewhat relevant for sure. We want lower than expected numbers, though. We don't want higher than expected. Again, lower than expected is better here in that regard because inflation is bad. So with that and bad inflation, we want lower than expected numbers here. And Canada also has, dude, every time I try to say Canada, I say Canada. Canada drops manufacturing sales, wholesale sales as well. Business inventories also drop at 10 a.m., guys, remember. Business inventories at 10 a.m. SPY testing the previous close here. Weird. Hey, thank you, John. Or no, don't give me no. Okay. Yesterday, market's green, 300 CPI comes out, market drops 800 points. At the end of the day, market ends up 825 points with 1,600 point swing. Crazy day. Yeah, we ended up buying Disney. Yeah, so that's essentially what happened, Hans. So what happened, Hans, is that the CPI report dropped. And after that CPI report dropped, the market essentially tanked. We came in higher than expected for CPI, which is inflationary data. So we had higher than expected CPI inflation reports. With that, the market tanked. We had worse than expected numbers. And so, in that regard, we had worse than expected numbers. And because of that, market tanked. Now, market ended up bouncing back pretty fast here. So market bounced all the way back from yesterday. So again, you can see when the CPI report dropped yesterday, it was right here. So the thing that a lot of people thought yesterday was that we were just purely overreacting from the CPI report, right? So we just overreacted from this is essentially what happened here. The market just purely overreacted here. We didn't need to drop this much. We only came in a little bit worse than expected here. Only came in a little bit worse than expected for CPI. And in that regard, you can see the market just kind of fall down dramatically here. Again, CPI, retail sales come out in about 15 minutes, team. 15 minutes. So again, we got a short period of time. Retail sales drop soon. Again, we got about 15 minutes before retail sales come out. And so y'all just be careful, team. Again, be careful. We don't know what we're going to get, but we got this big overreaction from CPI. We only came in at 0.1% worse than expected. And also, we came in better than last time. So we came in better than last month, lower than last month in terms of CPI inflation data, as well as we came in at the lower inflation rate than we had for the entire year, all the way back to February of 2022. So we're actually doing okay, in that regard. And of course, surely after that, we got this huge rebound moving all the way back from that report here. So we bounced all the way back from that report. All right, guys, dollar index is up to 113.60s here, 113.60s. We're starting to pop. We got over 600 people here. Hey, thank you, Secret. We appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. The numbers will affect the market, yeah, for sure. It's retail sales, import-export prices is what it is. I mean, listen, guys, these are my stats in terms of like day trading, stats, like this is pulled directly from my platform, so it's not really fakeable. Last month day trading, you see this month so far. So we have a very, listen, I understand it, and I absolutely agree. Most day traders are going to lose, right? Like most day traders are 100% going to lose. But it doesn't mean that there can't be profitable ones. Like, again, this is my stat from this month so far in October. We're up about $1,200 gross. Last month in September, we made about $2,500 gross here. So again, day trading is incredibly difficult. It's really romanticized, but it's still certainly possible to do so profitably and successfully. You know what I mean? It's certainly possible. And again, Chef, I mean, we don't purely day trade. Like, we day trade, swing trading, and invest. Like, again, we bought Disney yesterday. So, again, here is our Disney trade. Again, we bought this yesterday. Ended up making about $500 in less than a day. And so, like, we hold overnight. We bought the dip. You can see where we actually bought this here. So, it's not pure day trading. like I said, this channel is not a day trading channel. We day trade, but we also swing trade and invest as well. And we talk about all the big things here. You can see where we bought Disney right here. So we waited for the CPI report to come out, and then we bought it up. And you can see we bought it right around 91.60s, 91.68. And that's where our actual average is as well. And then, of course, you can see Disney where it's at now. It's about 96.75s. So, yeah, we made about $500 with about 150, 100 shares, give or take here. So, my point is that we're not purely day trading. We do everything here. Data's coming out in about 12 minutes, guys. 12 minutes. What's up, team? That is Quant Towers, my futures platform. Great deal. Win Lambo today? I don't know, man. Data comes out at 8:30. Will these results have anywhere near as much impact on prices yesterday's CPI? No, not even close to as big of an impact. Still important. Still going to impact markets, but certainly not as much as CPI did. Like, no question. It's not going to be as much as that. Yeah, we had somebody criticizing me for asking for the subscribe. Yeah, I mean, listen, we got 90,000 followers, bro. So no offense to anybody, but the way we've been growing the channel has been working 100%. Of course we're gonna ask for a subscribe. That's the whole point I'm here, is to grow this channel, of course. And so cheers to you. But if you have never said anything positive, and the first thing you say is negative, then you're just gonna get banned. You're not a positive member. You're just looking for things to criticize. Probably unhappy with your own life. So hey, cheers to you, sir. What data will go out? So we got retail sales and import-export data is dropping today, right? And these are influential at a time of high inflationary problems like we have right now. Import-export prices are relevant, but what's more important is retail sales numbers. These are a gauge on our overall economy. Again, but at the same time, though, if we show higher than expected retail sales, that's probably going to drop markets. And I'll explain why. Right now, we're in a period of high inflation. CPI came out yesterday worse than expected, but it was only slightly worse, and it was actually better than the previous month, right? But in a period of aggressive rate hikes and high inflation like we are now, we don't want to see high retail sales numbers. Like, that just means that more spending is going around out there. When more people are buying retail, prices go up. Why? If you think about it from a business perspective, okay? If you're a company and your sales are going up, what do? Right? A lot of the time you can justify raising prices. And so higher retail sales is worse for inflationary problems because it just means that there's more problems out there for inflation. There's more inflationary fears, more inflationary problems. And so in that regard, we don't want to see higher than expected retail sales. And that's, again, that's not what we want at all. We want to see lower than expected retail sales because, again, that is going to influence markets in a positive way, in my opinion. That is what is going to ultimately cause a bullish response or a bullish reaction here. Now, conventionally, it's the opposite. But right now, in a period of high inflation, that's the risk, is that if we have high retail sales, that means more people are spending money, which means higher inflation, unfortunately. Yeah, how dare I ask for subscribers? Like I said, you get what it really is like you get some people that just get upset when other people are doing well, right? That's truly what it is. You get some people that get upset when people make money, upset when other people do well, and in the end, they end up reflecting in that type of behavior in chat, right? They're just struggling in their own life. Usually, is what it is. You know what I mean? If they're coming out here criticizing somebody for asking people to subscribe to their channel, like, they got something going on. So, like I said, man, cheers to them. I hope they figure it out. Bull is taking a nap. Honestly, we ripped up huge. Do you think we'll hold these gains though? Again, we drew this level yesterday, guys. We grew this yellow. We grew this market yesterday. We ripped up yesterday. If you look at this yellow line right here, what this yellow line indicates is the open from Monday. So this yellow line, if we hold above this yellow line, we are technically green on the week. If we break below this yellow line, then we are going to be technically red and losing on the week here. And again, we did our poll here today. We asked people, will the market end green this week? So basically, will the market hold over this yellow line? 56% of people think yes. 44% of people think no. The market will not hold over this yellow line. And so again, we'll see if they're right or wrong. Vote in the polls. Let us know. We also did our poll on Twitter. So far we have, let's see what these numbers show so far on Twitter. We got 57% think bull, 43% think bear. And again, vote on the Twitter poll if you haven't already. I don't know, Nolan. Let's see. Sorry, brother, but could you repeat the retail sales analysis? Yeah, envy, jealousy, they hate us because they ain't us. But no, basically what it is retail sales is the biggest indicator of economic activity. Okay, so retail sales is important. It's exactly what it sounds like. It's sales in retail, right? Right now, in a period of high inflation, the whole reason the Fed is aggressively raising rates is to discourage spending, right? So higher retail sales means what? It means higher spending. And so in that regard, a higher retail sales number today, if we come in higher than expected, and again, expectational numbers for retail sales are this, right? Retail sales are expected to come in at 0.3%. Another place is expecting them to come in at 0.2%. All right. So again, we'll see. But if we come in higher than 0.2 or 0.3%, that's bad. That's going to drop markets. If we come in lower than 0.2 or 0.3%, then that's going to cause bullish action in markets. And we got about 6.5 minutes until those numbers drop. We also have import-export prices dropping today. We have core retail sales expected to come in at 0%. So again, lower is better. Core retail sales just means retail sales excluding food and energy. That's what core means. When you hear core in economic data, it means excluding food and energy. Import-export price index. Import price index is expected to come in at minus 1.1%. And so we'll see what we show on that front as well. But again, lower is better here. We want lower retail sales numbers because, again, we're in a period of really high inflationary problems. And so, again, we'll see if we get something good, but it's not looking great for inflationary problems. Also, again, vote on the Twitter poll if you haven't already. It's at Beginner Trades is my Twitter. We'll post in the link. Again, look at the poll. So it's not the same, Chris. It's at Beginner Trades. Beginner Trading was taken by some random guy that doesn't use it. But at Beginner Trades is the Twitter. Is this a deja vu? Oh, these numbers repeat multiple times. No, I don't think choppy is good for scalping. Not for me personally here. 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes. And somebody asked me to repeat it. What's with the huge up on the SPY? I'm not sure about this, man. This is probably just some random weird order getting filled. You got to think about it. Random orders are going to get filled back and forth here. You know what I mean? So we're going to get good orders, bad orders that are randomly getting filled. Somebody got filled. Terrible fill, looks like right here at 368.30s randomly. So they must have put in some weird limit order at that price or something to get that rogue order getting filled way up there is usually what that is. Hey, what's up, Raul? Will there be a big drop? I really don't know, guys. Nobody knows what we're going to get. Hopefully we get favorable numbers here. We got 5 minutes, but nobody truly knows what's going to happen, to be honest. Hey, and like I said, man, y'all do me a favor. Hit that sub button. Let's piss the people off that are getting mad about asking for subs. Hey, please hit the subscribe button. I'll grovel if I need to, guys. Do it now. Hit the subscribe button. We appreciate you all. All right, team. So again, let's see if the SPY holds this support level at the 200 moving average right here. We're right over the VWAP, right under the volume weighted average price. So there's no earnings reports today. The only earnings reports were earlier for banks. We had Citigroup, Wells Fargo, Morgan Stanley, United Health, Bancorp, First Republic, and PNC dropping earnings today. So Christmas rally, do you guys think we will? Hey, thank you, Soldier. I appreciate you. Thank you. I hope so too. All right, guys. Hey, it's time. SPY bounce it up. We're at 366.70s. $366.70s here. All right, guys, we got 840 people here, guys. So, again, we're up at Disney. Retail sales, import, export prices drop in 3 minutes, guys. Less than 3 minutes, really. It's actually exactly 2 minutes and 10 seconds before this data comes out. Again, Bitcoin up to 19.7 here. So Bitcoin rebounding really big yesterday after the big bull day we had. And, markets are bouncing back over the last 24 hours. Now, again, we'll see if we actually hold these numbers, but we're pushing towards it, guys. Let's see if we'll hit it. Well, bank for markets. Hey, love your work, man. Keep it up. Hey, thank you, brother. I appreciate it, guys. Really appreciate the support of people here. Is there really, Chris? Is there a beginner trading? Another beginner trading? Oh, what's really cool is that if you type in beginner trading YouTube, you can see one of the searches is beginner trading YouTube John. So people are actually searching for me on YouTube. Hey, we appreciate you guys, man. That's cool. All right, guys. SPY back over VWAP here. Back over VWAP. Less than 2 minutes. Team, less than 2 minutes, guys. Yeah, less than 30 minutes. Over VWAP right now. Less than a minute, guys. We got 1 minute left. 1 minute. Almost 900 people here, team. Will you consider changing the name of your channel in the future? Probably not, man. My channel is called Beginner Trading, not because I'm a beginner. I've been trading longer than your favorite guru, probably. I've been, trading and know more about trading than your favorite guru, most likely. We call it Beginner Trading because we're just a resource and community for traders. That's all we are. It's just a resource and community here. So, that's what it is that we're just a place to help traders. We don't charge for content. Everything's free. And so that's why we're called Beginner Trading, is because we're just a resource and community for traders. Give them free stock market data and info, All right, guys, here we go. Retail sales, import exports. Here we go. Here's the data drop. All right, there's the data coming out. Retail sales have not dropped yet. Export prices came in at minus 0.8%. Retail sales, core retail sales came in at 0.1% versus minus 0.1%. That's bad. That's higher than expected. Again, 0.1% positive versus minus 0.1% is what they expected here, which is worse than expected here. Worse than expected. Basic retail sales haven't dropped yet for whatever reason. But core retail sales came in higher than expected, which is worse. And again, you are seeing a drop here. So, again, core retail sales are out. Retail control came in at 0.4% versus 0.3% expected here. So, again, worse than expected. We haven't seen regular retail sales. We only see core so far, and it's at 0.1%, which is worse. They expected minus 0.1%. Okay, regular retail sales came in at 0 versus 0.2. That's actually good. So, regular retail sales, again, came in at 0 versus 0.2% expected. So, that's actually favorable. That's good. It came in at break even versus a positive 0.2. So that'll probably evoke a positive reaction here. Again, we came in at 0 versus 0.2. We'll put these numbers up on screen. But again, that is actually better than expected here. Here's the numbers. Again, we came in lower than expected for basic retail sales, which is great. That's what we want. We don't want to see a higher number. We want to see a lower than expected number here for basic. Core retail sales came in at 0.1 versus minus 0.1. So again, we're kind of mixed here in that regard. We had basic retail sales come in better than expected or lower than expected right now, but core retail sales came in at higher at 0.1 versus minus 0.1% expectationals. And so again, we're putting the numbers on screen. Let me know what you guys think about this. But yeah, there's the news. Market reacted some, but again, it's kind of mixed. We had core retail sales, which were worse, and regular retail sales, which were better. So far, we're trending down. We're testing the previous closing price at 366. Yeah, import-export prices are down. And so, yeah, import-export prices are down, which is good. Better than expected. And so, again, import-export prices came in at better than expected. Retail sales, again, it was mixed, right? So we had one of them come in. Core retail sales came in worse. Again, it came in higher. They expected minus 0.1. We came in at 0.1. Basic retail sales, though, did come in better than expected, though. We expected 0.2. We came in at 0. And so, again, that's good. In a time of high inflation, that could be interpreted as good. Now, we're getting an initial drop here. But, again, the real test will be what we do moving forward. So, again, the numbers at the bottom of the screen here. Again, we drop all the major economic data. So, hit that sub button if you haven't yet, team. We appreciate you all. But, yeah, so far, we're not really reacting a ton. Let's see if we can consolidate and get a bull response now moving forward here. Again, we came in at 0 for retail sales. Core retail sales, we came in at 0.1. Import-export came in at minus 0.2 versus minus 0.1% expected. So, not bad. Not bad. Trying to consolidate right at that previous closing price. All right, so again, there's a response. Again, I'll consider this positive. We came in better than expected, lower than expected. So I'm assuming that this is going to be interpreted as positive and that we might get a rebound here. That's what I'm assuming. But again, maybe not. Let me know what you guys think. Hey, #1 channel on data. Love your work. You guys are awesome. Hey, thank you, brother. We appreciate it. Yeah, like I said, man, we drop all this economic data for free. We explained it in an understandable way. And so at the very least, guys, I would never pressure you to subscribe or beg for subscribes. But please subscribe. If you don't subscribe, I'll hate you forever, okay? Do it now. Market's rebounding here. Market's rebounding. We're over VWAP here. We'll see if we actually hold now. We're over VWAP. We'll see if we actually hold. Yeah, but again, we came in a little bit better than expected, in my opinion here. Retail sales came in lower than expected, which is good. Import-export prices came in better. Core retail sales came in worse. But again, on a scale, I think we came in better. Over VWAP right now. Over VWAP. Hey, nice mark. Hey, congrats. Hey, congrats, brother. Yeah, have a good weekend, dude. Congrats, dude. All right, we're starting to kind of trend up a little bit here. All right, SPY at 366.77. All right, guys, consolidation here. We did get a big knee-jerk reaction, but now we're kind of sideways trending here. So, again, let's see if we can trend up. Thank you. Thank you for helping me out every market day, John. Hey, thank you, Ricky. I appreciate you being here, dude. JP, gonna inflict more pain? Yeah. All right, guys. Again, sideways. Let's see if we bounce back. Again, better than expected retail sales numbers here as well. So that's good. And again, guys, we are going to be day trading on Top Step today. Top Step is a funded account program for futures. They give you a demo. If you can hit the target on the demo while following their rules, they'll fund you between 50 up to 150K with a 90% split. This is the gold standard of prop firm funded account programs. They pay out millions every year. They fund thousands of traders a year, and they're really who everybody else copies off of. Here, watch Rosie. They're really who everybody else copies off of, guys. And so, again, easiest way to get around the PDT rule and trade these big echo releases. If you look at Top Step on the right here, or if you look at the E-mini on the right, it's the same exact price action. You can see this is the same as this. And you can trade this right side in the futures market with no PDT restrictions, shorting, all that good stuff. No PDT restrictions. And you can try it out in the futures market through Top Step. Again, Top Step funds traders in futures. They give you a demo. If you can hit their targets on the demo while following their rules, they fund thousands of traders a year, pay out millions of traders, regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. Check it out, pinned at the top of the page. You can also find it right here. They are a sponsor, and so I'm certainly biased in their favor. You doing all right? All right. All right, guys. But yeah, what time is the report out? The report's out right now. You can read the data from the report at the bottom of the screen right here. Again, guys, you can see it at the bottom of the screen right there. All right, guys. Hello, bro. Good. Keep up the good work. Hey, thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. Chef, pretty sure John will be streaming Tesla earnings too. Oh yeah, we're definitely going to be streaming Tesla. Again, you can see the dollar index starting to move up a little bit here. So if higher than expected is bad, it means that inflation's still a problem. B. So yeah, higher than expected is worse. It's going to be interpreted as worse. And again, you got to think about it in this regard. Right now, spending is bad. Okay, the whole reason the Fed is aggressively raising their rates is to discourage spending. So when you hear the rate hike decision, they're aggressively raising rates, which causes short-term pain. And the reason it causes short-term pain is because the entire point of that is to discourage spending. And so spending is bad. Keep that in your head right now. And so retail sales is a gauge on what? It's a gauge on consumer spending. It's a gauge on consumer spending. And so higher consumer spending is bad, right? And so in that regard, we came in lower than expected. We expected 0.2% growth in retail sales. We only came in at 0% growth, right? So that's good because that means that what? Less people spend money, which is exactly and precisely what we need right now in a time of high inflationary fear, if that makes sense, right? Just to put it into perspective, no, another great deal. I mean, you can see my great coverage again, bro. Enjoying the lot. I thank you, JD. I appreciate you, brother. Look at the dollar index fall down here. And again, we thought we might get a positive response to this data, and that's exactly what we're getting. Dollar index falling down. You can see the SPY pumping up, which is great. And again, you can see my stats on Top Steps funded account program right here. Again, here's last month in September. These are pulled directly from the Top Step platform. I can't fake these if I want to, right? Because it's pulled directly from the platform. So again, this is my profit graph from September. This is this month so far in October. We're up about 1,200 gross. So we're doing pretty solid here. Dollar index is falling down dramatically here. Big fall down here on the dollar index. Huge drop. So again, this should be causing a bullish response, which is exactly what's happening. And again, you can see retail sales came in better than expected. So we are going up a little bit. We came in lower than expected for retail sales. Dollar index is falling down because of that. Again, we do want to see a little bit more bull action on the SPY. I do think we might be a little bit extended on the upside now at this point, though. I do think we could be, and it's arguable that we are, just because we had such a huge move yesterday that we could argue that we're up a little bit too high right now. But dollar index is breaking down here all the way back down to 13, which is exactly what we want. And this should cause a bull response. Usually there's somewhat of an inverse correlation between the dollar index, the DXY, with SPY or the S&P or markets in general. So hopefully the dollar keeps falling because it's just so extended over the last year that's kind of what we need. And again, to put this into perspective here, this yellow line is the weekly open, right? So if we stay over this yellow line, we are technically green on the week. If we break below this yellow line, we're going to be technically red on the week. You can see the previous closing price is this light blue line, and you can also see how stocks to a certain extent react to it here. So look at the stocks reacting to it. So they're reacting to a certain extent. Look at that arrow. It's a terrible arrow. But you can see the market reacting somewhat to this light blue line right here because that's the previous closing price. That's the level at which we go red to green. Another thing to check out, guys, is this is a sponsor of my channel, but honestly, I've been really using this with my trading. Like one of the reasons I got that profit graph is because I'm using Chart Prime, and just to pull up the SPY here, right? So I've been using this to trade the SPY as well. Check this out. The really cool thing about Chart Prime, number one, the easiest way I use this is just with their candlestick indicator, right? This thing just automatically shows you the candlesticks on chart on any. You can trade it on the SPY, the S&P 500, futures, E-mini. You can trade it on Forex. You can trade it on crypto, Bitcoin, ETH, all that stuff. You can do this on, right? But look how accurate it is on a short-term basis, right? Bullish engulfing candle identifies the bullish engulfing candle, bounce, right? And the SPY is still trying to hold a little bit. Bearish engulfing candle, drop. If we keep going here, it predicts bottoms very, very well. Like, look at this thing predicting bottoms. Bullish engulfing candle, huge bounce. Bearish engulfing candle, drop. Bearish engulfing candle, drop. It was wrong about this one. Might have been wrong about that one too. But on a long-term basis, this thing is pretty accurate in terms of identifying tops and bottoms here. Look at all these bullish engulfing candle signals, and then look at that big follow-through bounce there. And it's not just that. Like, this is just a small little piece of this. If you look at their Oracle, this thing will automatically document support or resistance for you. Not only that, but it has a predictive algorithm, and I can't guarantee it's going to make you money, but it does have a predictive algorithm that will show you which direction things are potentially heading here. And again, very accurate. Again, look how accurate this is here. Let me zoom in a little bit so you guys can see this a little bit better, so you guys can see how powerful this thing really is, right? Possible reversal up, follow through bounce. Possible reversal down. That one was wrong. But let's keep going back here. Again, bullish engulfing candle. We got a nice little bounce. Let's keep scrolling back. Possible reversal up over the next like 10, 15 minutes. We got a nice little bounce there. Possible reversal down over the next like 10 minutes. We got a drop. Was wrong about that one. Was right about this one. Possible reversal up over the next like 10 or 20 minutes. We got a bounce. Possible reversal up over the next 10 or 20 minutes. We got a bounce. Possible reversal down over the next 10 or 20, really over the next hour. We dropped. Bearish engulfing candle. We get a drop. Possible reversal down. That one was kind of break even. This one was right though. Possible reversal down. Look at that big drop. And so you can use these as a kind of a mixture. You don't have to just use one. You can use multiple to find multi-layer trades and find some edge in the markets. And again, this company is called Chart Prime. Super useful for me personally. They are a sponsor of my video, guys. So of course, I can't guarantee you're going to make money, and I'm certainly biased in their favor, of course. But you can use promo code BTRADE. Get 20% off at Chart Prime, and I'll post this link here. Again, I don't accept a lot of sponsors. I really don't. And we try not to plug anything for the first few hours, which is why we're kind of plugging things now. But with that said, I find sponsors that I actually use, and Chart Prime is just really interesting and useful here. You can use it with any kind of security as well. Stocks, crypto, futures, all that good stuff here. Just really, really useful. All right, guys. So market is slightly green from this data report. Slightly green. You can look at the link in chat right there. The link in chat's right there. You can also use promo code, remember, BTRADE. But yeah, so again, retail sales came in a little bit better than expected. A little bit better than expected. Good content. Hey, thank you, P. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you, man. We try. Is there a reason why the market suddenly rallied after bad CPI data? Well, it's arguable, but the reason the market rallied after bad CPI data is because it wasn't that bad. To put it into an easier to understand way, it just wasn't that bad. You know, we came in at 0.1% worse than expected. But when you zoom out, we came in better than last month. Last month we showed 8.3. This month we showed 8.2. So we actually came in 0.1% better than last month. Core CPI actually came in 0.1% better than expected, which is what the Fed uses to gauge inflation in the first place. And so in 3, we were pretty overextended in the last couple weeks, really leading into this as well. And so we were extended on the downside. It was not bad relative to expectations. And, you know, that is ultimately why we rebounded like we did. Again, it wasn't as bad as we initially expected. And I think a lot of people, including myself, noticed just the big overreaction that we had in stocks. Again, I ended up buying Disney on that dip here. And I kind of used Chart Prime on a 30-minute basis to buy this dip, to be honest. But we did buy the dip. We ended up buying right around 91.50s or so. Maybe it was 92s. So we ended up buying this big overreaction dip here from the CPI report. And like I said, on Disney right now, we're up, about $500. We ended up taking 150 shares. We took 2/3 of it off today. We sold 100 shares. We still got 50 shares where we're up about 266 on the remaining here. So we ended up buying that dip in Disney and having a really nice swing trade. Hey, thank you, Ahmad. Hey, what's up, Z? Numbers are pretty much what's expected. Yeah, I mean, we came in higher than, again, I told you guys what we would probably do from these data releases here. I told you guys exactly what we were probably going to do. And so again, I told you guys we came in a little bit better for retail sales. We came in a little bit better. We came in with better import-export numbers. We came in with better retail sales report. We expected 0.2% growth. We only came in at 0%, which is good right now for time where spending is bad. Lower retail sales is better, which we explained a bunch before this reaction happened. And we told you guys we'd probably get a bullish response moving forward. And so what happened here, guys, we got a pretty nice little rebound here all the way back up to 368 on the SPY. Disney's ramping up as well here. So, again, we got a pretty good response. We're up about 600 on our Disney trade over the last day. Again, the dollar index specifically is falling down, which is precisely what you want to see for strength in markets. Dollar is extended on the upside, and there's usually an inverse correlation. And so, again, we got exactly what we wanted here, which is better retail sales, lower retail sales, a weak dollar, and a rebound in markets. It was worse than expected. Saying otherwise is rewriting history. I don't think it's rewriting history. Number one, it's subjective. Number one is subjective. Number two, uh, multiple analysts put multiple different numbers up. CPI was worse than expected. I've never said it wasn't. I actually said that. What I said, though, was that a lot of people expected much worse, regardless of the analyst estimates. We only came in 0.1% worse than expected, which I've said numerous times here, and we covered the CPI as soon as it happened. But we only came in at 0.1% worse than expected for base CPI. Core CPI, which is what I was referring to, which is what the Fed uses to gauge CPI, actually came in at 0.1% better than expected, 0.1% lower than expected for core CPI. We were also extended on the downside. Core CPI came in better than expected, and then even base CPI was better than last month, right? So base CPI came in at 8.2. We expected 8.1, so that was 0.1% worse. But last month we came in at 8.3. And so better than last month, only 0.1% worse than expected for base CPI, and core CPI was better than expected. And so all of that stuff, to get a huge drop immediately after the CPI report like that, it's pretty logical to assume that that might be an overreaction and that we should buy that dip. And that's exactly what I did. And again, people can argue about it. In the end, hindsight is 2020. And, we ended up buying that dip. Look, here's my Disney trades. We ended up buying Disney right here, 91.67. And sure enough, Disney currently is right around 97.50. And so love this Disney dip. Markets ramp it up. We told you guys, look, we sold it. This is our Disney trade right here. You want to see my Disney trade? We bought it here. We bought 100 shares of Disney down here. We sold up here. And so we practice what we preach. Like, we're not lying about taking these positions. SPY move it up beautifully here. Still rip it up. This is great. We're going to hold the last 50 shares to this. And, but yeah, I mean, that's what it is. It's not rewriting history. Again, for whatever reason, bears seem to be really forceful if they're wrong. In the end, nobody knows exactly what's going to happen, brother. You know what I mean? So, again, we're all wrong in this game sometimes. And bears that were betting on a big catastrophic drop yesterday after CPI and even weaker markets were wrong. Hey, later, Toby. Have a good day, bro. What do you think about the bank earnings? I think they came in kind of back and forth. Hey, thank you, Ahmad. I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, banks reported earnings this morning. Looking at what they actually were here. JP Morgan came in better than expected. Morgan Stanley came in better than expected. Citigroup came in better than expected. Wells Fargo came in better than expected. United Health came in better than expected. PNC came in better than expected. US Bank Corp came in better than expected. First Republic came in better than expected. So banks all around did better than expected on all metrics, except for Morgan Stanley, which did better than expected for EPS, which is profitability, is what EPS is. The only thing it missed on was sales revenue, which came in at 16.58 billion, which was lower than expected. So it came in 16.5 billion worse than expected at 268.56 billion. So again, that's essentially what happened. But banks basically did good. They didn't react positively. All of them didn't react positively, but their numbers conventionally came in better than expected. So regarding export prices, lower number of positive numbers, bullish for the import prices inverted, right? So import gets cheaper and exports gets more expensive. Yeah. So importing is worse than exporting, right? So we would like to see more exporting and less importing. SPY is moving up. It's at 368.50s, 368.50s. Look at the SPY ramp up here. I told you guys what we'd probably react here. I told you guys how we'd probably react in terms of retail sales. Again, we came in better than expected for retail sales. You had this window, and this is how you take sympathy trades based off of this, guys. Again, I would have bought some, but we're already in Disney, so we're going to let this sympathy affect Disney here. But again, this is how you get it. We get these numbers coming out. We start to consolidate. And when you can analyze these numbers like we did here, we told you guys what we'd probably get, which is a bullish response to this retail sales data because it was better than expected. And sure enough, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 green candles in a row. Yeah, I've been hearing bears talk about how the market's going to crash every year for the last 5 years. So even if they're right about this one, they're still running 20% accuracy. And again, I'm one of those people look, man, while I get it, people might have big short positions and people might want to watch the world burn. I don't, man. I want to see the market do well. When the market doesn't do well, people suffer. People get influenced by politics and all this stuff for all these different reasons. They want the market to fail, right? But in the end, I don't want to see the market fail. I don't want to see the market do poorly. I'd rather see the market do well. and I'm never going to want the market to do bad. Yeah, everything, all the bank numbers are out. All of them beat. Even J.P. Morgan or even Morgan Stanley, which was the worst one in terms of their actual results, still did better than expected in terms of EPS. So profitability was still much better than expected. They just missed on sales revenue. Disney ramping up some more, guys. So again, up about $300 on the remaining 50 shares of Disney here. Hey, we only need about 100 subs left to hit 89,000 subs, guys. So hey, do it now. Try one time, see how it feels. It might feel good, guys. It might feel good. I would never pressure you, but everybody's doing it. Okay, everybody's subscribing right now. You know, popular people, they're subscribing. Just do it now. Try it one time. See how it feels. Okay, might feel good. Do it now. Everybody's doing it. Market's flying up as well. Look at 368.80s here. Disney up there to 90, almost $98 a share. And we bought the dip again, man. Disney has been one of the most profitable dip buys I've continuously gotten in. Y'all want to see my Disney trades? Like, look, I'll show you guys all my Disney trades over the last, what? Let's look at all of them over the last, 20 days? 90 days. Let's look at all of them over the last 90 days here. I want you guys to notice this trend in my Disney trades. Okay, Disney is my favorite swing trade by far. Let's see if we can get this working again. Let's look at the 90-day chart. All right, here we go. All right, look at my Disney trades. I want you guys to notice a very obvious theme here. Okay, look at this. All right. We bought up multiple Disney shares here, 50 shares. Bought up more, sold at the top, right? Bought up more, sold at the top. And really, this is not even this is a little piece of the Disney position. You know, you can see us scaling into large positions. And then once we finally get green, way up here, we're taking profit off, right? We scale in on these dips. Man, I messed it up. Let me zoom out. Again, we scale in on these dips. We sell on the top. We scale in on these dips. We sell on the bounce, right? And we've made thousands of dollars from Disney over the last 90 days or so, give or take. Right? Even if we zoom out here, you can see we buy the dip, sell at the top. Buy the dip, sell at the top. Buy the dip, sell. Buy the dip, sell. Buy the dip, sell. Buy the dip, sell. You know, we keep going over here. Again, we buy all this dip, we sell. We start to scale in here. We started scaling in at 104. And luckily my account's large enough to where, I can just keep adding if I want to, which is what I did. And then we finally ended up getting a favorable position once it bounced up there. Again, latest position in Disney was right here at the 91 level. We ended up taking half. We ended up taking 2/3 of the position off, and we are still in this one here. So, again, not doing bad, man. Not doing bad. Again, we are up about 300 or so in the last little piece. But, yeah, it's my favorite swing trading stock. We just do it consistently. I also started making money on the S&P, which I hated since watching you and also learning stuff I appreciated. Hey, nice, man. Congrats. So are we bullish? Well, the data was bullish. Yeah, I don't know. Nvidia and Intel are just a little bit too extended on the downside for me to really like it. You know what I mean? That's the only problem with Nvidia, Intel, Disney, or not Disney. Disney's my favorite, but Nvidia, Intel, all that stuff. It's just a little bit. Markets are flying up here, guys. Wow, look at markets now. All right, guys, look at the market here, man. Wow. Look at this, man. That is crazy. Uh, all right, guys, 370.30s. We got Disney up there to 98.50s. SPY down to 370.20s. Banks are driving up the market. Yeah, banks are up some. Retail sales is what's driving up the market, I think. But bank earnings could be doing it as well. Banks just didn't really respond that bullishly if you look at most of them. I mean, JP Morgan did, I believe. JP Morgan responded some. Morgan Stanley's actually down from this report. Citigroup is mostly break even. Wells Fargo is up though. United Health is up slightly. PNC is down slightly. USB is break even. FRC is down. And so, I mean, it's kind of mixed here. The bank earnings aren't propelling the market super high, to be honest. Bitcoin's almost pumping to 20K here. SPY at 370s here. We got Disney at 98s. SPY at 369.90s. You got fired on your day off. Why? Despite high interest rates, retail sales are still good. They're not really. So retail sales actually came in lower than expected. So if you look at retail sales data, we came in lower than expected. We came in at 0 versus 0.2% expected for retail sales month over month. Year over year, we came in lower than last time as well. We came in at 8.4% year over year retail sales growth over 9.4% last time. So we came in 0% flat, which is better than expected. It's one of the reasons the market is popping up like it did after this, is because we came in lower than expected for retail sales, which is good right now. So we're dipping down a little bit short term. I'm kind of tempted to buy this dip though. We got about 30 minutes until the market opens, guys. 30 minutes. Oh, getting fired on my day off is the plot from Friday. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Okay. It's Friday. We ain't got no job, and all we have to do is watch beginner trading. All right, guys, we got about 28 minutes until the market opens, guys. 28 minutes. All right, guys. So we're dipping down here. And again, guys, do you think we're going to bounce back? Right now, retail sales came in higher than expected. Do you work or trade for a living? Well, I don't live solely off of my trading profits. I think last year in my taxes, man, I always forget the name. My capital gains, I think I made about 25K last year, give or take, in capital gains. But it all wasn't from trading, but it was crypto and stocks. But it all wasn't from trading. Some of it was from payments. But yeah, so but you know, we don't live solely. We do a lot of different things here. Like, number one, this channel certainly makes money. Number two is I'm a React Native developer, mobile developer mostly, with JavaScript and React. I'm also a real estate agent as well. So yeah, we do a lot of different things, man. But I'm not out here claiming to be an expert or a guru or anything like that. I'm not claiming to be some super profitable professional trader. I'm not selling a course or anything like that either. All right, guys, getting a bounce up on the SPY at 369.80s. SPY bounce it up again. Again, we're back over 370s for a split second. We'll see if we actually hold that level now. Starting to pop up a little bit, team. Some. We're at 369.80s here, guys. 369.80. So we'll see if we continue this up. Disney is up big. We can watch Tesla as well. Pulling back here. We'll see if we hold support. I'm a little bit tempted to buy this dip here in the futures market here, and I think we will. So there's the micro E-mini. So we just bought a little dip here in the futures market, a small dip. We might add some more to this too, and see if we get a pop or a bounce. All right, so we just added on this dip on the pullback here. Again, you can see we're up about, we're down about 20 bucks right now, which is fine. We break under 369.50s though, we're gonna have to cut it. Right at 369.50s. Looking for a little pop here, and again, if not, we'll just patiently wait. Got a little double bottom right there. So again, this is where I'd like to see a little bounce here. It is pre-market though, so we're not going to push for the fences here and swing too heavy. About break even now. Starting to bounce back up a little bit. There we go. That's nice. See if we actually hold this down. All right, so we're now actually green on this trade. There we go. I'm gonna ride this up. You can see my P&L right here. We're up about $20. Take half off there. See if we can get another rise here. There we go. All right, so we just got out. We made about, 20, 25 bucks there. Got a little cushion on the day now. We might actually add on this little pullback here now as well. So we're going to add 1 contract, maybe 2. All right, we'll take 2 here as well. Again, you can see this is our P&L right here. We're down $3, $4, $6. Looking for a little bounce here. We're testing the top of the range. A lot of the time you'll see us move up to the top of the range, pull back small, and then bounce back here. But at the very least, we got a cool little cushion on the rest of the day now that we'll have. Again, like I said, a lot of time we'll test the top of the range, pull back small, and then bounce. There we go. We're slightly green. Let's see if we get the bounce that we want. This looks like it. Again, I might add a little bit more to this here. We got 2 contracts right now. I really like this pattern. We'll take 3 in pre-market. See if we get a little bounce that we want. I like the down wick, but looking for some buying pressure to come in. Start to test these highs up here is what we want to see. About break even though, chop it back and forth. I like the down wicks though. 2 hammer candles forming means some buying pressure might be there. I just took half off, just made about $30 here. We'll go take the rest off there. All right, so we're up about 40 or 50 bucks just now trading, scalping this momentum in pre-market. We're getting some very volatile momentum here, so this is what we want. And so, yeah, now we're up, a decent little amount trading on top step. Here's our profit on the day so far. Yeah, we're up about $40. Yeah, so we're up 40 on the day. Not a bad little cushion to start the day with. Again, we'll see if we can keep it up. John, based on your feeling today, we might get pushier, going easy on positions. I'm not sure. I mean, we got some big volatility this morning here. So we do have some high volatility. So ideally, we could get some good volatility to trade. At the same time, though, it's never a for sure thing, and we really don't know what we're going to get moving forward. So while we're high volatility right now in pre, it doesn't mean that that's going to sustain for the rest of the day necessarily. So again, we'll see, but I'm going to wait and see what the open looks like. And, again, I want you guys to understand something here. One of the single biggest edges that you're ever going to have in your trading is your risk management system. Okay. My biggest edge in any market that I ever trade is my risk management system. And it goes like this. We've explained it numerous times. What it does is when I first start trading on the day, I trade very small. And so if it's a favorable day when I start trading, I lose small, or I make small amounts of money and I build up a cushion, right? And then once I build up a cushion and I get confirmation that it's a favorable day to trade, that's when I scale up my size a little bit, right? And then if I make money there, then I can scale up more, and go. And so in the other side, if I don't make money in the beginning, remember, I'm trading small size at first. If I don't make money, then it's a small losing day. And so what happens is that when I have losing days, they're small because those are days where I was unable to build up a cushion. But if I build up a cushion and I can take some larger swings, those wins are usually bigger, right? And so if you look at my stats pulled directly from Top Step, my winning days are larger than my losing days. How does that happen? Is because when I trade, I only swing big after I have profit on the day. House money, so to speak. That is the biggest edge you'll find yourself in risk management systems, right? Is your ability to be disciplined and only wait for high percentage setups and only wait for favorable market action to trade big, right? That way, when you lose small, and you have to be willing to step away. One of the biggest skills that you'll ever have in any market is your ability to step away. Your ability to cut losses and come back to fight another day. The reason most traders fail and the reason most traders lose long term is simple. They lose long term. They might make money, and they might actually have more green days than red days and all that stuff. But their problem comes when they have losing days, their inability to step away. Right. And so what happens is they lose. And then what do? They double their size. Right. And then they lose there. And then what do? Again, they triple their size. Eventually their whole account's gone. And they have these massive drawdowns in their account that completely destroy their trading system. Why? Because they frankly just don't have the discipline to stop. And it's a conditioning thing. It's repetition is what's going to make you profitable. And so it's one of the reasons, like, I'm not against courses, but one of the reasons that I'm against super sleazy, like $6,000 paid courses is because they give people unreasonable expectations. Like, to get somebody to spend $6K on a course, they have to mislead people. Right. And so what do they say? They say, oh, you could trade just like me. And, you could turn $1,000 into 500K if you just buy my course, blah, 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 blah. Right. New traders. Oh, you could be profitable next month if you just buy my course, but it's total nonsense. You know why? It's because regardless of how good that content is, new traders, it's going to take extended periods of time to condition yourself to do the correct things. Right? It's not going to happen overnight. For most traders that are profitable now, it took them years to truly learn how to do that. And you'll lose money that entire time. And so if you're struggling if you're struggling and financially, you should not be day trading. You should be paper trading. That's it. Because if you day trade, you're almost certainly going to lose money. And again, nobody wants to hear it. Everybody gets mad when I say this. And I say this multiple times every day, probably. The reason I say it is because I have a duty to look out for people. And like, that's the truth. It takes years to end this game. It's not something that happens overnight. And if you treat it like that, you're going to lose more money. Don't get wrapped up into marketing. Yeah, it's okay. Listen, I know some people that just get really upset if they miss trades, right? If they miss trades, they just get super upset. Like, listen, there's always another day to trade, man. There's always new trades. There's always different trades to get into. The beautiful thing about the market is that it comes back every day, man. It comes back every day. You don't need to get upset if you miss trades because there's always going to be another one. And you just got to have patience and wait for it. Market breaking down. With that said, though, Disney's actually doing okay, though. All right, guys, SPY dipping down a little bit. We got about 14 minutes. And again, we're going to get prepared to day trade today. All right, guys, let's get ready. Y'all ready? Let's do this. Okay, we're up about 40 on the day. Got a little cushion to attack. We might swing some at the open, but it depends on how favorable price action and market action is. All right, so here's the E-mini. Again, dipping down short term. I'm kind of tempted to buy this dip, though, but I think we're just going to wait. All right, guys. So market's pulling back a little bit here. All right, sorry. Market, again, I'm a little bit biased on the bull side here. We got 11 minutes into the market opens, team. And again, we'll see if we get something good, but 11 minutes. You think we're in overbought range? I think maybe short term we could be. I'm not 100% sure, though. I'm using Quant Tower, Austin. It's called Quant Tower. Yeah. Catch you back up in the chat at our Discord. Y'all be sure to join our Discord, man. I gotta check this every day to make sure no scammers are showing up. All right, guys, consolidation right now, short term here. Now, again, we'll see if we get a bounce. We're up small in the top step combine. Again, here is our stats right now. So far, this is just to give you a little review. Here's me on the day so far. We're up 40. Yesterday, we made about 200. This week, so far, we are up, about 613. On the month of October, we are up about 1,300. Last month, we made about 2,500 total. We are up on the combine. Or no, I guess the last 30 days is what we're up about $2,500 over the last month. So not bad. Not too bad. We'll take it. Green, Now we'll see if we can continue this. But again, we're not going to push too hard if we don't get some favorable edge today. I mean, it's not one of those days where I'm super confident that we're going to get something good. I hope we do, but, you never really know, guys. We got about 8 minutes. Stock market is manipulated, but if you guys managing trillions of quantitative easing, why you see way more manipulation now than before starting quantitative easy? Yeah, I mean, in the end, the market's always been manipulated, brother. That's the market, man. Big money influences it. That's kind of what happens, bro. And so it is what it is. But so for beginners, a good way to start practicing with real money is to buy in large at a bottomed ETF and trade upwards with small increments. I don't know if I'd say that's a good way. It depends on what you're trying to do. Investing is the single easiest way to make money, guys. So Warren Buffett's value investing is the single easiest way to make money. So buying healthy, large blue chip companies and diversifying into multiple and then holding for 5, 10, 15 years is almost guaranteed to make you money. Almost guaranteed, right? A lot of people romanticize day trading, and I get it. And I day trade, of course, but I swing trade and invest as well. But, day trading is romanticized, of course. But it's one of those things where, it's not easy and most people lose. All right, guys, 7 minutes. Also, guys, y'all check out Stonk Tech, right? Stonk Tech, trading social media platform. They are going to be going live October of this month, right? October of this month. They're going to give you free tools. At the very least, you're going to get free dark pool and option flow access, right? So it's saving you some money. It's completely free to sign up. Kind of like a stock twits with tools. And then, again, join the wait list. They are a sponsor of my video. But you can join the wait list. Check out more information of them right here. You can also find the link in the description. Check them out. It's pretty dope, I think. Again, ESZ2. We're watching the E-mini right now, which is essentially the S&P 500. If you look at the price of this, and again, the cool thing is that you can trade this with no PDT restrictions. SPY moving up nicely. Disney trades going well. Well, we have commissions, but I'm still green regardless of those commissions. I'm very romantic when I day trade. I like long walks on the beach, trading Apple and Disney, you know. All right, guys. All right, guys, big drop in the micro right before the opening bell. We got about 3.5 minutes, guys. Look at this drop right here, team. Big drop in the E-mini, big drop in the S&P 500 right before the opening bell. We're actually testing VWAP now on the regular E-mini. On the regular E-mini, we are down, or on the SPY. I mean, we're about to run right into the VWAP here, right around 368, and so we're watching that. Again, let's see if we actually hold this level, but. Big pullback right before the opening bell. We got about 2.5 minutes or 3.5 minutes left. Consolidating right above it. Again, 3 minutes left, team. 3 minutes. Wish us luck. So the market opens. We're waiting. Okay, guys. So for those asking when I'm going to start day trading, we're going to start day trading at the opening bell in 2.5 minutes. Market opens up in 2.5 minutes. I think the biggest challenge is to understand you got to go for small profits with the large sum. Yeah, 100%. A lot of people try to say, oh, you can make $1,000 a day just buy my course, right? In order to really make $1,000 a day, you need a minimum, I would say, of 300,000 in buying power to make $1,000 a day safely. And that's still probably pushing it. One of the biggest misunderstandings in trading is that it's some type of get rich quick scheme where you can roll $1,000 into larger. And again, most people that claim that are trying to sell you a course, is what it is. I'm not against courses, but sleazy courses, All right, guys, less than 2 minutes. Carol with her opening bell call. Hey, baby, the opening bell's in like 30 seconds. Like, all right. All right, guys, here's the opening bell. Wish us luck today. Carol with her normal call right at 9:30. Let's do this, guys. Good luck. All right, opening bell, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. All right, here's the open. All right, guys, there's the opening bell. Again, we'll see if we get something. Initially getting a pullback here, a drop at the opening bell, guys, a drop at the opening bell. See if we get a bounce. So again, there's the drop at the open. Rebounding a little bit. I like that bounce. Again, nice little down wick, indicative of some buying pressure hopefully coming in, but you never really know, so. And you know what? I'm going to take another 25 shares off of Disney. TOS not filling me. Weird. I think you have to wait 1 minute, I guess. Hello, Thinkorswim. Bro, TOS is just not filling my orders. Maybe it'll turn out well, though, but, dude, Thinkorswim. Market orders literally not filling right now for TOS. Hey, I'm going to just leave it. Disney looks like it might rebound. SPY moving back up. Big green move here. Yeah, dude, TOS not filling me on my market orders. All right, market moving up a little bit. So we got bull action here. Again, this is our huge green candle in the market. We're testing 369 on the SPY. Again, we're going to let the market play out a little bit first. First Republic, big rejection in stocks here. So again, we're going to let the trend play out first. I need TOS to let me sell, though. Dude, are you serious, Thinkorswim? Thank you, man. It took like, I don't know how long, bro, for Thinkorswim just to cut my order, bro. Just weird, dude. Honestly, unfortunate. Like, I missed out on profit from Thinkorswim just taking way too long to fill this order. For a market order, too. It should be an immediate fill, like an instant fill. All right, getting a big rebound here. Again, choppy action right now. We got up wicks and down wicks here. So until we break 369 right now, I'm not going to take any positions on the E-mini. All right, huge rebound. All right, guys, starting to get a rebound. All right, guys, big rebound. So we'll see if we buy a little dip here. I'll take a little upward move on this little pullback candle. See if we get a rebound here, but it doesn't look like... Oh, no, this is the regular E-mini? Oh, my gosh. We just made $25, bro. Why the heck is the regular E-mini? Oh, my gosh, dude. I just almost lost a ton of money, man. Sheesh, dude. I made $25, but, man. About to freak out, dude. just to put it in perspective, the regular E-mini goes fast. It moves very fast. Like, it's the equivalent of 1,250 shares in stocks, essentially. All right, we got 2 contracts. Oh my gosh, I did it again. What the heck is going on, bro? I literally just switched to the freaking regular micro E-mini, man. Oh my gosh, MESZ2. Bro, I swear, if this thing switches me again. Okay, man. Honestly, I'm super pissed, dude. Like, that should have been a much larger gain. But for whatever reason, luckily I'm still green on the day. Just made about 11, 12s, but like I literally just switched it away from that. I don't know what the heck was going on there. Luckily we're green, but man, kind of frustrating to be real. Now we're only up about 50 on the day. We should have been up 100, but that's all right. All right, we're shorting on this little pop again. And getting faked out a little bit here. Luckily, we got a nice green day. Very choppy market at the opening bell, guys. We're going to look for a flush and then add to this, but we're not going to add any more right now. We need a flush first. Very choppy market right now. Not really any trend to attack. We're going to cut this. Lost about 23 bucks. Again, we're still green on the day, but it's not much. We're up like 30 or 40 bucks. We get a rejection here. We'll add some more to this. There we go. 2 contracts. We'll add some more if we get a flush rejection back down. All right, 4 contracts. All right, just made a solid sum here. Looking for a flush down. Big rebound here. We got 2 contracts left. Market's acting weird. Up slightly on this last little bit. Again, I'm tempted to add to this. It looks like we're going to reject here. 3 contracts. Break even now. Looks like we're going to flush, but I'm waiting. When does a new candle open up? We're testing view up again. All right, we're going to get out here. We just lost 45 on that one. Unfortunate, but the market is very choppy, so we got to just chill here. I think we're about break even right now, if I remember. Oh, we're slightly down. We're down $5, but it's all good. Market's not really favorable. Still kind of frustrated. We should have been up 100 something, and the E-mini, neither of them teach you better or worse how to trade. One of them is just larger size. Yeah, at least I'm not the only one with having problem with the TOS. Market looks like it's starting to run around. What kind of trading was that? This is futures trading, day trading the futures market through the E-mini and the micro E-mini. If you look at the link pinned at the top of the page, pinned in the chat, the funded account program, we're trading on a funded account program in futures. We're essentially trading the S&P 500, but there's no PDT rule in futures, so we can day trade and short it as much as we want. All right, starting to move up to test the top of the range. The only silver lining here is that we're holding Disney. All right, guys. So getting some rebounds in markets. Again, silver lining is I'm still holding deal. All right, guys, market's looking pretty solid here. Again, the only silver lining is that Disney should bounce back. Now, we might buy a little pullback if we get it, but we need a little dip first here. This is a strong move. And I'm kind of nervous it's going to switch to the regular E-mini again, to be honest here. All right, we're starting to pump up, though. It looks really nice. I need a dip to buy, though. Disney's doing solid, though. So we are in Disney right now, so that's nice. Does retail affect crypto price? Yeah, it's going to affect it some. Yeah, I'm going to just preface everything else here. Like, a lot of the time you'll get people say, oh, you don't know how to trade, bro. You don't know how to trade. I'm just show my profit graph. Usually this kind of can silence people. Here is the last 7 days. We're green. Here is this month of October. We're green. Here is the last 30 days. We're green. Market's pumping up. Looks very good. Disney moving up with it as well. So at least we're still holding some Disney. But we'll let the rest ride heavier. Again, we need a pullback to really attack this. No, I don't use the level 2. Level 2 time and sales is highly manipulated. Just incredibly manipulated. The level 2 time and sales, it's just super manipulated. It's so difficult to judge. Again, a lot of people trying to sell courses will say, hey, look at me. I'll teach you how to read the level 2. Most of the time, it's complete nonsense. And, there's just so many fake orders getting filled and like rogue orders getting filled and all this stuff that there's just very, very little edge trading the level 2, Getting a big pullback here in markets. Big pullback. So big that I'm not trying to mess with this. Yeah, there's just so many fake orders on the level 2. It's just incredibly difficult to trade. We trade a 30,000 120K buying power account on Thinkorswim. Our capital gains last year was about 25K, give or take in stocks and crypto. But again, we're not claiming to be an expert or anything like that or a guru. We don't sell a course or anything like that. We just kind of give people free stock market information and, All right, market is not doing great today. We are down less than $100, but just choppy market right now. We're gonna have to wait for this trend to break out. Big moves up and then big moves down, kind of trappish. So if we start to break down and test these lows, we'll start shorting. I do think the extension is on the downside right now. We do have a report at 10 a.m. It is the business inventories report for August. All right, guys, market's starting to test lows here. We do have business inventories that might be influential at 10 a.m., so in about 18 minutes or so. What's your opinion on paid Discord groups? Most of them are sleazy. Some of them are good, but most of them are sleazy. Yeah, we're down like $60 today, so very small here. We'll short the market if it starts to set up well and starts to really drag down. But we need a little bounce before we do it. It's a little bit too extended. We might get pulls down here, which is what we are. But if we get a pop to like 368, we'll short into that and anticipate a rejection at 368, maybe on the SPY. About 20 seconds before a new candle opens up. And I think we kind of need that before we get a rejection here. We can take one contract just in case we start to break down. There we go. There's the breakdown that we wanted. And now we can add to this if we get a bounce like we wanted originally. And it doesn't look like we're going to get a bounce, but that's okay. Short a little bit more now. Maybe add 2 or 3 contracts into this bounce. There's the bounce. All right, there's 4 contracts. Looking for a flush back down. Test these lows. All right, just took half off. Got 1 contract left. More off. Got the breakdown that we wanted. All right, so we just made about 40, 50 bucks just now. Break even on the day again. See if we get another little bounce to short into. That's profitable enough. We're starting to get that breakdown and trend though. Why does everyone ask if this is your full-time job? Because I'm critical of sleazy gurus that scam people, and a lot of people have spent so much money on the sleazy gurus that they're just kind of programmed to defend them because they're gullible. And so, you know, when somebody gives it away for free and criticizes sleazy gurus, they usually, in turn, just are desperate to criticize me, and they try to find ways to, is usually what it is. Markets are really breaking down now, though, guys. So markets are really breaking down. Let's see if we can hit the previous closing price and reject. Again, we'll see if we get a bounce. I'm not going to short into this. It's too extended on the downside. I'm using a prop platform called Quant Tower. Starting to get a little bounce. We'll add some more up to 367s. Look for a flush rejection and test of the previous closing price. Once we do, there we go. Got the flush rejection. We need a little bit more, though. There we go. All right, so just made another $20 here. Green on the day now. Took a little while to find a trend, but we got a downward trend to attack now. Again, we'll look for a bounce up and then attack that again if we can. Add a little bit. We'll get 2 to 3 contracts on a move. Ideally, we want to see a break and a test out of this previous close. Market looking weak. There we go. All right, just made a little bit more. Got a little bit of gains on the day now. We'll continue to attack this. I want to bounce back. I like this doji candle. It signifies weakness. We'll add a little bit more as we bounce back up here up to 2 or 3 contracts. Oof, that's a bad bounce. That is not what we want to see. That's a huge bounce. Let me see. What are we at? We are in 3 contracts. We'll give it a chance to come back, but not what we wanted at all. Huge rebound bounce. Now we could add some to this, I guess. Since we're about break even now, we could add a little bit. We got a nice little upwick flush. All right, we're in 5 contracts now. Getting some selling pressure coming in. That's what we want. All right, we just took half off. Holding 2 contracts left. Gonna look for that more. There we go. Took more off. Gonna add some more to this too. Look for a break. Test of that previous closing price. This is really a weak side. There we go. There we go. All right, so we just made another 40 or 50 bucks. We are now up about 70 on the day. About $70 profit on the day. Attacking this downward trend. Let's see if it tests the previous closing price. Did I hear yesterday you mentioned you used to jam poker and chess? Yeah, I still love poker. I don't play chess anymore. But I'm a big poker player, man. mostly 6 and 9 max sit and goes is my niche, so to speak. It's what I'm the best at is 6 and 9 max sit and goes. I'm a profitable poker player. It's just poker player is so time consuming that I just haven't really attacked it like I used to. But I still love it. All right, we're about break even, chopping back and forth. All right, so just made a little bit more. My headphones are dying, so I'm gonna switch headphones real quick. Yeah, Cap. I mean, when you think about why they're weird with me, like that's precisely why. Like I've been doing this for a long time, and I know exactly why. Like for whatever reason, like gurus, they have this weird like it's kind of one of those things. Like I said, I've always the correlation I always make it is a pyramid scheme, right? You ever try to talk somebody of a pyramid scheme, they get mad at you for it, right? Truth hurts sometimes, man. And so what you see a lot is you see a lot of them just kind of look for things to get mad at me for because it's easier than oh man, I'm getting lost only 750 there somehow. I don't know how I only lost that much, but hey, nice upwick to target now. I just made another 30 on the day. All right, guys, we got 10 minutes. Any good trading books? Books are not really where you want to learn trading, brother. Books are not the right way to learn trading. Trading is not meant to be learned in books. I mean, you could try to learn. We're currently up about 115 on the day. Here's my profit graph, about 115 on the day. But yeah, books are not really where you want to learn, brother. Books are not going to teach you much about trading, especially technical trading. Investing books can be profitable and powerful, but trading technicals books, kind of a waste of time, man. At this point in time, we have a better medium to learn from than books, especially technical trading. So there's some good investing books, but if you're trying to learn technicals, watch video content over books, The martingale roulette strategy doesn't work in trading, and it doesn't work in regular roulette as well. The reason it doesn't work is because let's look at it just on a roulette basis. Okay, roulette. In order to lose in the martingale roulette betting strategy, you have to lose 6 times in a row. And so to your basic person, you might say, "Oh, well, that's never going to happen. You're never going to lose 6 times in a row." You will, and it does happen. Right, so it's one of those things where you'll make money most of the time, but when you lose, you'll lose everything you made plus more. Same thing in trading, right? You can keep adding to your losses. The problem with that is that you'll win most of the time in trading, and you'll win most of the time, and it's great, and you can kind of get into some trades and all that stuff, right? The problem is that when you lose in trading, you're going to lose everything you made plus way more. I made it the $30 or so just now on that short. That's the problem with the martingale roulette strategy. It doesn't work in trading and it doesn't work in roulette. It just ends up destroying. It's the account destroyer is what that is. All right, guys, we are up about 140 right now, about 140. Yeah, good analogy with a pyramid scheme. Yeah, because that's how it is. Like that's kind of how it is, man. Like I've tried to talk friends out of multi-level marketing, and it's always the same thing, man. Like they get mad at you for it because it hurts, man. It hurts. Like you get wrapped up into something like that. Same thing with like some of these gurus courses, right? Like you desperately want to believe it's real. You want to believe that you're going to be able to change your life next month with your trading profit with $1,000 account, right? Everybody does. I hope that. I wish that was true. I truly do wish it was true, but it's not. And you can either look at it objectively or you can get mad at the messenger, and unfortunately most people get mad at the messenger. All right, we're shorting on this little bounce here at 367s, small size. We'll start to scale up size if we get something good like some upwicks. We're bouncing right at the previous closing price. This is kind of a pivot level. All right, we got 2 contracts now. Got out of one of them just now. It'll help this one turn more break even if it goes against me. All right, so just made another 25 bucks. So we are up about 160 on the day, about 160 bucks right now, give or take. So now's the time where we're going to scale up our size. All right, let's do it, guys. This is always the nerve-wracking part of the day. Let's scale up. But we got the momentum with us right now. Scale up time. All right, we're up a nice little amount on the day, but we got to wait for high edge setup right now to really be doing anything big. So again, we're up about 160, 170 on the day, which is nice. I mean, I'll take it. It's nice. All right, we're in one contract of the E-mini. Looking for a rejection of this. I just made about 75 bucks. First trade on the scale up was profitable. We are now up about 240 on the day. 240. Getting a really big rebound here, so we're going to wait. All right, we got another contract here. Looking for a flush. Looking for a flush. When does the data come out? In 5 minutes? The only problem with this is that we might be getting some influence from this data coming out. All right, we're in one contract of the E-mini. And it's kind of going against me, unfortunately. Luckily, we got the cushion on the day that we need with this. So I'm trying to be patient here, but we need a flush back down here. We got 2 up wicks, which is indicative of weakness. There we go. It's better. Looking for a flush back down. Try to be patient with this. Regular E-mini there. All right, back to close to break even. Only 50 down. There we go. Back to green. Nicely green. All right, just made 112 on the day. We are up about 350 right now, about 350 in profit on the day. Pushing. We got to be careful, though. I'm probably going to withhold trading for at least the next 4 minutes because we do have these inventories dropping today, guys. So we're gonna be careful. But first 2 scale up trades went well. We made about 200 on those first 2 trades. Yeah, Herbalife. Yeah, so we got wholesale inventories dropping soon, so we got to just be careful with that now. Again, y'all subscribe, guys. We need less than 100 subs to hit 89,000. So close, man. So close. Why are you only shorting versus calls? Because the market's breaking down and looking weak. Right, man. Yeah, the whole problem with multi-level marketing is like, listen, man, like people that get stuck and wrapped into multi-level marketing or pyramid schemes. Here's the thing. The only people that are truly making money are people that are bringing in like 500 sales a month, right? Like, listen, if you can sell 500 anything a month, you can make the same amount that they would pay you in that multi-level marketing scheme, right? And so the problem is that, again, if you're really at the top of that, then you don't need to be in that. If you're really making that much money from it, then you should be selling anything else. Create your own product and sell that. And you're going to make more, and it's going to be your business. And it's not sleazy, ripping people off, right? Like, that's what you do, right? These multi-level marketing schemes, man, like people just get wrapped up in them. Nobody makes money with them. And if you're really actually making money from it, you're probably a good salesman, and you don't have to be selling multi-level marketing. You can make the same money or better selling your own product without ripping people off, man. You know, and like that's where people get stuck. That's what people truly don't understand. And it's incredibly predatory. All right, guys. Again, we got about less than a minute before this data drops. We got about 20 seconds, 10 seconds. All right, guys, we're going to wait for this business inventory to come out. Again, expectations are for 0.9%. 0.9%. All right, so here's the drop, waiting for the data to show up. Wholesales for Canada came in at 1.4%. Huge drop in markets, man. Wow, big drop in markets. I'm waiting to see what the business inventory was. Somebody got the data before anybody else because it's not even showing yet. Wholesales for Canada. All right, so there we go. So the University of Michigan sentiment came in at 59.8 versus 59 expected. 56.2 for expectations prelim for the University of Michigan, over 58.5. Business inventories came in at 0.8 versus 0.9% expected. So lower than expected in terms of business inventories, which is bad. It means that businesses are selling more than expected here, unfortunately, is what that means. That's why we're getting such a brash reaction here. Consumer expectations came in lower as well for the Michigan Consumer Expectation Report. Consumer sentiment came in higher than expected. So definitely getting a bear response here. But again, this is why we got flat ahead of everything here. This is why we didn't end up trading anything ahead of the time. You all right? Yeah. Don't step on the cord. What are you doing? Oh, all right. All right, guys. There's the consumer inflation, or the again, we get an immediate drop from this day. This is why we got flat. We should have stayed short, honestly, but all good. Everything dropping down big. Still in 25 shares of Disney. I'm going to just hold my little 25 shares. We're up so much already, it doesn't matter, really. Nice, SJ. I'm not really much of a gambler, man. I don't like gambling money whatsoever. Like, poker is not gambling. It's really a game of skill. I haven't had to deposit money in poker in years. And the reason for that is because I don't gamble, man. Like, I really don't. Like, I don't gamble. Like, poker, it's a game of skill with some risk aspects, but it's just like trading in that regard. Very similar to trading. A lot of correlations to trading, to be honest, in poker. Now the thing about it is, though, we're going to pivot back to the regular E-mini. We're going to pivot back to the regular E-mini just because it's such a good day that we've got some time to kind of add to some positions and maybe make $300, $400, $500 today. So we're going to scale out of that. Try to get some of this price action. That looks good. But yeah, my point is like, I'm just not a big gambler. Like, we went to Harris Casino in New Orleans a couple years ago, and like, I played poker and I got really lucky, man. In poker, I were gonna cut that. We lost like $30. And I got really lucky in poker, man. Really lucky in poker, man. I hit like quad aces. I hit a full house, just a lot, just amazing run in like 20 minutes, right? I ended up making like $300 or $400 within like 20 minutes of just sitting there. With that, I was ready. I immediately cashed out, and the table kind of got mad at me because I cashed out so fast, because it's like, to me, if I'm up, I'm leaving. You know, Carol, the only reason we stayed is because Carol wanted to play Baccarat, and I don't even know how to play Baccarat. Oh, man. Huge squeeze here. I'm going to stop trading. I'm giving back some of my profits. We're still up about 250, 300 on the day, but those two losses just brought me back down to size. You know, big range right now, just too much risk. But yeah, but my point is like, I really don't like gambling. I'm very risk adverse. People criticize me constantly for taking too small of size, you know, and they're probably right, you know. But again, I'm a huge trading wimp. I say it all the time. I'm a huge trading wimp, you know. It depends on what you classify as gambling here, you know. If your definition of gambling is risking money without guaranteed returns, then yeah, you know, a lot of things are gambling. If your definition of gambling is risking money with unfavorable odds, then, you know, it depends on how good you are. Do you play both sides? I'm shorting the market right now. That's what I've been doing. I've been shorting the market. We do have some type of report dropping though, and retail inventories came in at 0.6%. But yeah, I've been mostly shorting the market. I'm gonna take one contract here, just one. We're up so much already over the last couple minutes. I'm just gonna buy one contract, and if it goes against me, that's okay. We'll probably bow out for the day, and, you know, in the wheat green again. All right, nice little upwick flush. I'm gonna short some more into this now. That was a good upwick. All right, so we're slightly green. New candle's about to open up. Here we go. All right, just made about 20 something just now on that trade. Shorted that pop. Again, we're up a little bit under 300 bucks on the day, give or take. We got some room to swing if we want to swing. I'm just not sure if I want to yet. Well, it depends on your definition, Weira, you know. I'm not saying poker's not gambling. There's certainly gambling aspects of it, you know. But it also involves skill for sure. Yeah, for sure, Meso. That's the right way to be sometimes, man, you know. Explain flush. It just means the market's dropping. Hey, later, Cap. Have a good day, bro. Right, exactly. Triple B. Poker is very similar to trading. Like, pot odds are very similar to risk reward calculation, you know. Like, okay, so you could have a crappy hand, right? But if your pot odds are 10 to 1, you know, a lot of the time it's actually plus EV, which is plus expected value, to call that hand, even though you have 6-7 offsuit, you know, maybe 6-7 offsuits, look, maybe 6-7 suited, right? But if your pot odds are 5 to 1, 10 to 1, you know, then it's still going to be a plus long-term value call by calling, even if it's against you. So it's essentially a 10 to 1 reward to risk ratio. Even if you got a really bad setup, sometimes it's worth it to take that bet in poker, right? Very similar to trading, where you could have, you know, huge risk or huge reward versus a small risk. Even if it's a long shot, you know, sometimes it's still better to take it because you might lose most of the time, but when you win, it's going to compensate plus, you know. So a lot of correlations with trading and poker. Hey, have a good day, SJ. Yeah, anything else outside of poker is pure gambling in the casino. Slots specifically. Slots are the sucker's bet, man. Slots are so stacked against you that, it's just a sucker's bet. Um, BJ is kind of mixed. I mean, it's not the worst odds, but it's certainly not winning odds for most people. All right, we're short again. Losing on the short so far. Looking for a flush back down, but I'll break even now in this position. Slightly green now, but we'll give it time. I just made a little bit more. Small. Up about 280, 290. Are you familiar with spreads? What do you mean by spreads? Do you mean the difference between the bid and the ask? Or what do you mean? I never heard of that. Foo. Hey, later, Diaz. Have a good day, brother. What channel do you do your crypto-related stuff? It's called Beginner Crypto. It's youtube.com/beginner crypto. It's this link if you want to go sub. We've been growing pretty fast on that, too. I cannot comprehend how that report moved markets so much more than retail sales. Well, it's all relative, man. Retail sales dropped in pre-market, while this dropped at market open or after market open, where we're already in a trend, and you know what I mean. So that's the big difference here, is that this dropped after market open during market hours, and so the volatility that we're going to get from any report that drops during market hours is going to be a little bit higher than a pre-market volatility, because there's just less traders trading at 8:30 in the morning relative to 10:10. 40 minutes after the open. It's just a higher volume time. So with that, we're going to get more influence, if that makes sense. Dollar index is flying. All right, breakdown happening here. Why do you think AMD is so weak? Well, because everything's weak right now. Market's tanking. Market's dropping dramatically. Well, I mean, Dr. Hydra just say we tried everything, we are hopeless. I don't think what the Fed is trying to do is what's going on right now. The Feds are trying to weaken markets because the Feds are trying to weaken spending, which are going to have an inverse effect on markets, a negative effect on markets. So the Fed's trying to weaken spending, and so it's a natural conclusion for weakened spending to get drops in markets. And so to a certain extent, this is what the Fed wants. They don't want the market to fall, but they want spending to stop. When spending stops, stock market, which is based a lot off of spending, of course, is going to have a negative effect from it. And that's understandable. I think eventually inflation will go down. Markets have gone up dramatically. So over, again, we drew this level here specifically, which was, just to look at the SPY here. The SPY is right over that 361.60 level, which is the weekly level. Yeah, so it's just the weekly level. Yeah, little kids is the only thing I could really say about that. Just little kids, man. If it's anybody over 14, they're struggling in their life, bro. If they're out here doing that, man. Uh, Market's dropping. SPY dipping down to 362.50s here. The weekly open is right around 362.60 or 361.60. So if we break underneath that, we're going to be technically red on the week. We actually did a poll today. We asked people, will the market in green this week? 56% said yes, 44% said no. So kind of surprising here, man. Yeah, I kind of want to short the market more, but part of me is just kind of like, I'm going to step away here. I need to scale up in size, though, man. Like, here's the week. I mean, it could have been a better week, but we're green, man. We're getting there, bro. We're up to about $2,000 in profit on Top Step right now. About 2K in profit right now on Top Step. So we're not doing bad. We're about 25% there, a little bit under 25%, which is fine. Again, if you want to check out Top Step, they are a funded account program. That's what we're ultimately working on here. So again, you can kind of see our progress right now. So here's the last 7 days. 7 days we're up about $600. Could have been a better week, but it was a little choppy week. We had big fundamental activity and data coming out. Here's the last 30 days. So we're doing pretty solid. Here's our graph here. So we're doing pretty solid. Now, again, pretty green week. If we look at our day since, let me route this. So here is this week so far. All right, so this is this week, right? And so again, on the week, we're up about 700 since October 10th, so Monday. So for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, which is today, we're up about 700, which is not bad. We will take the green week. Do we want it to be a little bit more? Of course, but like we'll take it. Slow and steady wins the race here. And again, what I'm really happy with is like once I'm actually funded, what this will ultimately mean is like I know I'm profitable and I know I can trade like this. Like if we look at last month here, I know I can trade like this all day and have very little risk to do so. And so once I'm actually funded, I'm pretty sure I'll be able to stay there for a while. Just being able to trade like I do, making a couple, $100, $200, $300 a day. I'll get to keep 90% of that because Top Step's a funded account program. So they give me a demo. It's a challenge, right? So I'm taking this challenge. If I could hit 9K in profit on this demo without hitting, I think without losing over 3K, I think is what it is, or maybe it's 4,500. If I could pass both phases, then they fund me 150,000 with a 90% split. And again, this is a regulated funded account program. They pay out millions every year to their funded account in withdrawals. So it's not just funding millions; they are paying out in withdrawals millions every year. They're funding thousands of traders a year. And again, this is regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. The base package is like $130 a month. They are a sponsor of my video, though, so of course I'm certainly biased in their favor. If you want to check them out, you can find the link pinned to the top of the chat. If you look at the link, we're gonna go ahead and end this poll. And again, we got about 56% of people. 55% of people think yes, the market's going to end green. 44% think no. We're getting really close to that now. But if you look at the blue link pinned to the top of the chat, that's the Top Step link. If you want to check them out, great way to help support the channel. I'm certainly biased in their favor, but they are a sponsor, so of course. But I think they're pretty useful. I think it's a lot cheaper to try out the futures market with Top Step than it is to put up 10K yourself and risk that, because the futures market can go against you very, very quickly. Right. And so you can either put up the money yourself and risk that, or you could try Top Step out. The base one's $130 a month or something like that. And if you lose that and you don't, if you're not good and you lose that, you're only down $130 relative to where if you put up the 10K yourself and you risk that, you could be down thousands and it's going to be a lot worse. And so it's a good way to get started, get your feet wet without taking too much risk. And so I think it makes sense in that regard. But yeah, check it out if you want. Again, retail sales came in a little bit better than expected, so we did get a follow through after market open. We ended up just tanking down here, unfortunately. Hey, what's up, Owen? Hey, nice, Owen. Hey, Owen, bro, we've been going a little crazy, man. Yesterday during CPI, we had like 5,500 people here, bro. We got 30,000 views yesterday. Today we had over 1,000, man. We're just kind of at the tail end of the stream, so everybody knows I'm kind of about to cut it. But it's been fun, man. Come back, Owen. Yeah, it'll be fun, bro. Mark has been chaotic at best, so hey, um, you know, we'll see what happens. Also, guys, check out Chart Prime. Again, I've really been using these, and these are sponsors. I try to plug things and keep it consolidated, so it's not just constant plugs all day. But about trading view, man. Like, look at this. I've been really using this Chart Prime thing too, man. Like, again, I accepted them as a sponsor because they showed me this. But like, here's the SPY. Look how accurate this thing is, man. Okay, like look at the bear bull indicators, right? Let me refresh this. Just look at the bear bull indicators, right? Bearish engulfing fall. Look at this bullish engulfing bounce, bearish engulfing fall, bullish engulfing bounce. Look at all the bear alerts, and then we did get a drop from it over the next like 20 to 30 minutes. Let's keep looking. Look, bullish engulfing, bullish engulfing, bullish engulfing. So 3 bull alerts, and then look how big this thing ripped. It ripped from, it ripped all the way up to here. So this is like an hour period where these things literally told you where that bottom would be. Super useful, man. And it's not always right. Like nothing's going to be right, but I can use this with the SPY. I can use it with Tesla. I can use it with Forex. I can use it with the USD or USD GBP or whatever pound. I can use it with the dollar pound. I can use it with the US 30 in Forex. I can use it with futures market. I can use it with stocks. I can use it with crypto. I can use it with Bitcoin. Now let's do Bitcoin US dollar. I can use it with Bitcoin as well. And identify, look, and it's pretty accurate. Look at this, bullish engulfing on Bitcoin, bounce. Bullish engulfing, bounce. Pretty accurate on Bitcoin and crypto too, it looks like. Not always, of course, but look, bearish pattern, drop. So, I mean, pretty useful, man. The other cool way to use it, I like using it on the SPY personally. The other cool way to use it is by adding the market oracle. And this one actually has a predictive algorithm that you can use. All right, so this actually has a predictive algorithm that you can use, and will literally show you kind of what's going down here. So check this out. It'll automatically document support or resistance. My favorite way to use it, though, and it's pretty accurate, is look how accurate this is, right? So let's look at just these examples here. Possible reversal up. Look at this big bounce. Possible reversal down. Big drop. Possible reversal down. Big drop. So this is a predictive algorithm. That's actually pretty accurate as well. Of course, I can't guarantee you're going to make money. They have oscillators and just automatically. Look how accurate the support or resistance documentation is, too. Look at this. And so they've got oscillators and a lot of other cool stuff. And this is just a small chunk of what they do on Chart Prime. Just a small piece. So again, you can check out that link in the description as well. You can look at the banner right there. Pretty cool. But another green day in the books, guys. Another green day. We'll take it. We'll take it. Again, here's our last month of graphs. Here's our graph for the last month here. So pretty solid last week. Nice little green week to end the week here. And again, we'll take it, guys. Don't forget to subscribe. We appreciate the love and support, team. We really do. And yeah, let's keep the growth up. We only need like 70, 80 subscribers left to hit 89K. But if we don't hit it today, it's all good. We'll hit it next week for sure. We got some big earnings next week, guys. Some big earnings next week. And so, hey, let's push towards 90,000, guys. We are going to hit 100K soon. And I truly do appreciate the love and support and the growth that we've had over the last few months. We have grown by 4,000 subscribers over the last month or so. And what that ultimately means is that we should hit 100K by the end of the year. We should hit it, guys. So help us hit that. Hit the subscribe button. Market went red. These are lagging indicators. J Highway, no, they're not. What I'm looking at, the possible up or possible down is an algorithmic predictive indicator. It's not lagging. It's a proprietary algorithm from Chart Prime. It's not lagging. Hey, you as well, Owen. Have a good day, brother. But yeah, so pretty solid week. Again, here's my stats this week. If you want to check out any of the sponsors, you can check out the link in the description. Again, market is turning red on the week. Unfortunately, market just went red here. So if we look at TOS right now, guys, market just went red on the week. Here is the red to green level on the week. Here above this line is a green week. Below this line is a red week. All right, guys. So yeah, getting a little pop on the SPY. Still selling down left. Congrats, bro. Crazy market. Yeah, man. Again, do you guys think the market's going to end green or red? We did our poll earlier, bro. And if we look at our poll, out of about 1.3 thousand votes here, we asked people, hey, will the market end green this week? And most people thought it would here. And again, we are right above that. Like, again, here is the line right here, guys. So again, if you look at this, this is the red to green level on the week right there. That is the red to green level. So again, we'll see. We'll see, you know. Again, don't forget to sign up to Stomp Tech as well. You can find the link in the description for that as well. They're going to be going live on the 27th, guys. So check out that too. Trading social media platform with free tools. Good stuff. We'll be showing you guys what they're all about. We're going to go live there in a couple weeks. We're always going to stream on YouTube, though. YouTube is where we're always going to be for streaming, of course. And yeah, we appreciate the love and support, guys. Good luck. Y'all stay safe. Have a good weekend. We'll be back next week. Next week, we don't have a holiday, is it? I don't think we have a holiday next week, right? So next week we got big earnings. Monday, I don't think we have anything big. So I know the market's open Monday, actually. All right, so yeah, Monday we've got nothing next week. Okay, cool. So yeah, Monday. Remember, guys, next week we got big earnings, guys. We got Tesla, Netflix, Snapchat earnings next week. Those are the ones we're going to be covering. Huge earnings, guys. We also got more earnings in the morning, but just big earnings next week, guys. So y'all be ready. It's huge. It's a huge week for earnings next week. We're going to stream all the earnings plus the earnings call themselves. So we're going to stream the stock market reaction to earnings plus the actual earnings call as well. And so again, y'all be ready for that. It should be fun. No crypto show today, unfortunately. No crypto show today, guys. But yeah, we'll see you guys later. Have a good day. Y'all stay safe in this market, man. It's a red market right now. Y'all be safe. We'll see you guys.